Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, June 23rd, 2025. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
At this time, I will now look to Councillor Lindell to do the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Attawandarak, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples, made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. And good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us tonight. We will get into the mayor's report. I will try and go as fast as possible for Councillor Harris. Grand opening for the community park tennis courts and Meriton Splash Pad. Earlier this month, we opened the newly renovated community park tennis courts and celebrated the opening for the brand new Meriton Splash Pad. I want to thank Councillors Miller and Lindell for joining us on this great event. And a special shout out to former Councillor Lori Littleton for her involvement in making all of this happen. A special shout out to Councillor Miller for testing out the new splash pad with me. We were both dressed in button-down shirts and everything else, so it was probably a mistake, but it is what it is. I want to thank staff for their diligent work on improving the space. Came just in time for the people to get outside and cool off during the heat wave this summer. The upgrades are part of our parks renewal plan. We've been investing in upgrades, including new playgrounds, multi-use courts, and walkways to make our parks more enjoyable. Earlier this month, I also had the opportunity to attend the Niche Manufacturing event, which showcased innovation, excellence, and the future of advanced manufacturing in Canada. The event brought together industry leaders, educators, and innovators to explore cutting-edge technologies and collaboration opportunities. It also highlighted the important role manufacturing plays in driving economic growth and supporting skilled jobs in communities like St. Catharines. Last week, I had the chance to visit Sarah Bureau, the owner of SB Specs and B-Side Artisan Eyewear, two amazing businesses that share a space in downtown St. Catharines. SB Specs celebrated 6 years in business this past January and marked 1 year downtown in April, while B-Side officially opened its doors in November 2024. I learned a lot about the independent eyewear industry and saw some of the coolest glasses I have ever come across. They were really incredibly unique. If you haven't checked them out, I'd really encourage you to stop by on King Street. 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to learn more about the work being done by the Port Dalhousie Tree Trust to protect and preserve some of our community's most significant trees. And thank you to Councillors Mako and Williamson for coming out with me to do that. One of their current projects focuses on a 100-year-old linden tree that stands over 27 meters tall, serves as a living landmark in the heart of Port Dalhousie. And with support from partners like Tree Canada and Land Care Niagara, this initiative is a strong example of local stewardship and care for our urban forest. That same day, I had the great time joining everyone at the Holy Festival of Color in downtown St. Catharines. It's always one of the most joyful and vibrant events of the year and a wonderful way to celebrate community, culture, and new beginnings. I didn't have to get any color on me that day because I had to go to other events afterwards, but Councillor McPherson and my Chief of Staff, Brianne, both fully embraced the spirit of the festival. I also sacrificed my second oldest son to the cause, and they all got wet and colorful. A big thank you to Kat and the Downtown Association for putting together such a fantastic event that brings a lot of people together in the heart of our city. After the Holy Festival, I was glad to take part in this year's Port Dalhousie Sail Pass at the Dalhousie Yacht Club, an annual tradition that marks the official start of the sailing season. It was great to join, again, Councillors Williamson and Mako, along with Fire Chief Dave Upper, and other folks in celebrating our community's strong maritime roots. The police even let me drive their boat, which was a lot of fun. It was an experience. The blessing of the fleet, the parade of boats, and the energy from members and spectators alike made it a truly special event that reflects the history, pride, and spirit of Port Dalhousie. And I do want to thank Councillors Williamson and Mako for not giving me a hard time in the fact I didn't drive the boat very well. So thank you. After the sail pass, I, along with Councillor Dodge, joined residents in Port Weller East for a powerful and long overdue community celebration, marking the start of construction on a secondary access road, an important step forward in making the neighborhood safer. I know Councillor Phillips was also able to head to the Port Weller East Street party earlier in the day. The project was a result of tireless advocacy following the tragic fire at 20 Kiefer Road in January 2023, which claimed the life of Ryan Conklin. What began as a call for change has become a meaningful tribute to his memory and a symbol of what we can achieve when community members, city staff, and partners work together with purpose and heart. After the Port Weller event, I was proud to attend the 2025 Hope Gala, organized by Pastone Mental Health. It was an inspiring evening dedicated to supporting child and youth mental health services across Niagara, and I want to thank Pastone for the vital work that they do to uplift and care for the young people and their families in our community. Last week, I had the opportunity to officially congratulate Kim Rossi on the grand opening of Obstacles for Opportunity, operating out of the Apiary Collective in downtown St. Catharines. Kim is doing incredible work supporting nonprofits with everything from fundraising and event strategy and branding. It's wonderful to see this kind of leadership and expertise right here in St. Catharines, and I want to thank Councillor McPherson for joining us on that day. I was also honored to take part in the official relocation ceremony of the Centennial Totem Pole to Canada Games Park. Originally charged by Quakalki Walk artist Doug Cranmer in 1967, the pole has been carefully restored by Indigenous artists Bruce Alfred, Cole Speck, and Dominique Wells, and now stands in a space where thousands will pass by and engage with its powerful presence. This project reflects our city's commitment to preserving Indigenous art and cultural heritage, and I'm grateful to our partners at the Niagara Regional Native Center, the Cranmer family, and our cultural services team for their thoughtful collaboration in bringing this important piece back into public view, and you can, as I said, see that up at Canada Games Park. This past Wednesday, Premier Doug Ford, Minister Rob Flack, MPP Oosterhoff, and my fellow Niagara mayors Jim Diodati and Frank Campion held an announcement to welcome over $6.8 million in funding through the second round of the province's Building Faster Fund. St. Catharines is receiving just over $2.5 million for breaking ground on 85% of our provincial housing target. That brings our total over the last 2 years to $4.8 million in Building Faster funds. The investment supports our commitment to building 11,000 new homes and will help us continue strengthening the infrastructure needed to support a growing inclusive community. And I will just mention that ourselves and Welland are two of a very small number of communities in the province that were able to achieve that over the last 2 years. I had the honor of attending the fire recruit graduation ceremony to celebrate the accomplishments of our newest firefighters, Tyler DeMoel, Sarah Kulowick, Matthew Steen, and Tristan Socha. It was a proud moment recognizing their hard work, dedication, and commitment to serving our community. And I'm going to give a special congratulations to Tristan, who was a former student of mine during my time at St. Paul. It's incredibly meaningful to see former students taking on very important roles in our community. Congratulations to all, and thank you to our fire service team for everything they do to keep St. Catharines safe. Thank you to Councillor McPherson and Councillor Stevens for joining us on that special occasion. On June 20th, we raised the 2-row wampum flag at City Hall as a symbol of respect and partnership, as June 21st marks National Indigenous Peoples Day, a time to honor the history, cultures, and contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. It was a meaningful moment that reflected our responsibility to acknowledge the traditional territories we live on, including those of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Ottawa, and the Mississauga peoples. Some of you may have noticed a crane and some scaffolding along Queenston Street the last few days as the historic archway from the old St. Catharines General Hospital that stood on Queenston Street for more than a century has finally come down. The site was demolished in 2019, but the archway remained behind in the hopes of preservation one day, and that day is finally here. I want to give a big thank you to Councillor Harris and the folks from Rankin Construction. The archway is in the midst of being moved to the Murata Family Hospital, where it will be featured in the gardens, and with it, the story of the original hospital can be told. So again, our congratulations to Councillor Harris. This has been a passion project of his for a number of years. Some fun news as I get to the end. Throughout the week, myself and members of council will be awarding scholarships through my SCORE Fund to recognize deserving graduating students at each of the DSBN and NCDSB high schools in St. Catharines. The award will celebrate the students' academic achievement as well as their school and community involvement. We congratulate each of the recipients for their hard work and commitment, and we wish them continued success as they move forward into bright and promising futures. And I want to thank members of council for being willing to go forward and to make those awards over the coming days. And looking ahead, finally, I am excited to invite everyone to join us at Lakeside Park for this year's Lakeside Long Weekend celebration on June 30th and July 1st. In partnership with Cicada Music and Arts Festival, this two-day waterfront event will feature live music, family activities, art, food trucks, and fireworks over Lake Ontario. On Canada Day, St. Catharines will proudly take part in the National Canada Day Drumming Initiative, joining cities across the country in a celebration of diversity and unity. It's a great way to come together as a community and kick off summer in a big way. And with that, I will turn it over to any members of council who would like to add to the mayor's report this evening. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure if I'm adding to this, but I'm just wondering if someone can comment on, I've received a number of calls about the outdoor pools not being open yet. I know we're not the only municipality. I know Olivia Chow in Toronto is receiving a lot of calls, Andrew Horvath in Hamilton. I'm just wondering if some staff or yourself can provide to the public when to expect the outdoor pools being open.
I'm going to look to Mr. Christie, who's going to say June 27th. I checked the website earlier today.
That is correct.
So June 27th,
27th.
which is this Friday. Can we open up Councillor Townsend again?
Thank you for that. I'm just wondering if maybe for next year and future years we can consider moving that up a little bit. It is certainly the hottest heat wave we've felt in a while, just people asking to go to the pool. I'm wondering if that's something we can possibly do for the great residents of the city.
So I will be asking staff as a part of my budget this year to include funding for the weekends leading up. I don't know if during the week, given, as a reminder to everybody, about 3 weeks ago, we were all wearing sweatshirts and wondering where summer was. So your point is very well taken, but I think if we have the funding available, if the weather allows, at least on the weekends, to have the pools open. So I'm going to be looking at adding that into the budget for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Next is Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add a couple of comments to your kind words about our event in Port Weller East. Jenny Stevens was also there earlier in the day. I know that you missed her. But the one thing I wanted to mention was that we had some staff there from the city, and it was a cool day, and they were parked in the shade, and the wind was coming off, and they were there all day, and they were answering questions, and it was a great representation for our city staff to be there answering questions and promoting our pools and our senior events and whatnot. So I just wanted to put a shout out to them for that.
Very well deserved. I agree with you, and thank you for reminding me of that. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you very much. And just to follow up to Councillor Townsend's point, even if we could get the water in the pools a little bit earlier to get it warmed up, because traditionally we don't necessarily have the heat spells, but it's awful cold, particularly for little children to get into the water.
I may have heard a rumor that the Port Dalhousie pool is especially cold.
It is. I know that from firsthand experience.
Yes.
When I was a youth myself, a long time ago. This is a bit of a stretch, this one, but last night was a National Basketball Association championship game in which there was 4 Canadians on the floor, including 3 starters. SGA, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who's the regular season MVP, the playoff MVP, the regular season leading scorer, plays on OKC. When he was a youth, his mom moved the, yes, and we're not getting to that. Okay, thank you. His mom moved the family to Hamilton, and Shea found a court to play on in the Hamilton Downtown YMCA. And Shea is the fiance of Haley Summers, the daughter of Ronnie Summers, who's a local lad. and who is a retired fire captain in Hamilton. So congratulations to the Alexanders and the Summers. My point here is that young people need opportunities to play, to learn teamwork and leadership skills. Not all kids grow up to be SGAs or Connor McDavids, but all kids learn valuable life skills when they're provided the opportunity to play on facilities. And one of the main roles of municipal governments, or an important role of municipal government, is to provide those opportunities.
Councillor Williamson, I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate the fact that you managed to tie SGA to this beautiful community, and I celebrate you, sir, just as I celebrate him and his NBA championship, along with all the accolades, and your points are very well taken. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Sunday, June 15th, there was a grand opening of Beauty Bar 1 at 437 Welland Avenue. It's quite a complex, excuse me, and she offers a variety of salon services, and it's just a beautiful, what she did to the building there. It's one beside Arby's there, so it was really good to do the grand opening of that. And then the Monday after that, the 23rd Optimist Squadron had their annual review and change of command, so I represented you there. The fact that I was an air cadet back in 1978, 1979, and my father was there in the 1950, 1953, so it was an honor to be able to do that, and the youth and the program that the air cadets do. You know, they can go through there, they learn so many skills, they go to camp, you can ultimately get a pilot's license, and there's no charge to any of the youth. So the people that go there, it's a great program, and the Optimist sponsors that here in St. Catharines. Wednesday, Liuna, 837 local, celebrated their 75th anniversary. They have a satellite office here on Carlton Street in St. George's Ward, but their main thing was in Hamilton, and they have over 6,000 members here in Canada, and it's over 100 years old in the United States. Any major project built by the province, roads, the Skylon Tower privately, is all Liuna members, and it was an honor to be there for that and to see their history. So that was really good. The Grantham Lions Club has put in a new board members as of Thursday, June 19th, and they have their very first female president, and they have their youngest president outgoing this year. So congrats to the Grantham Lions Club on that. So and they do a lot of great in the community. Friday, June 20th, and I think some of the other councillors might have signed up for this. I called bingo at the West St. Catharines Older Adult Center. That was fun. And if you guys haven't signed up for it, take an hour and do it. It's a hoot. So they only yelled at me twice for being fast, but other than that, it's a great day, and we had fun with that. Last Saturday past, FCAN, Filipino community, they did an unveiling of their of a bust of Dr. Jose Rizal. Reverend is one of the most important people in Filipino history. It's in Niagara Falls because back in 1888, he visited Niagara Falls, and he was very instrumental in the independence of the Philippine community. And some will say, and some won't, that the reason that the Filipino community is so strong here is because of his visit here. A director might not agree with me 100%, but that's what I heard from the group, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Out of curiosity, Councillor Lindell, what's your connection to SGA?
He was one of my students.
Okay, can we turn Councillor Lindell's mic on?
He was one of my students. He was part of our basketball program.
Well, clearly he was part of your basketball program, but
He was the basketball
I was going
program.
to say, you're at Saltfleet?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Saltfleet had a basketball program until SGA showed up, and then it stopped having one the second he left.
That's not true. We have an excellent he actually left in grade 11 to go
Okay.
to McNabb.
Okay. Did you taught him?
Yeah, grade 9 tech.
That's cool. Okay, I appreciate it. That's a fun little link. Okay, we'll take that. All right, I see no other additions to the mayor's report, so I'll move on to the adoption of the agendas, and I will turn things over to the clerk.
The following amendment has been made to the agenda. Item 9.3, Asset Management Plan, will be discussed before item 9.1. And the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council Sugarsink folder. Report CRCS 090-2025, Confidential Appendix 2. Memorandum from Acting City Clerk regarding resignation of Director on the St. Catharines Downtown Association. Correspondence from residents regarding proposal from owner of St. Catharines Saints franchise hockey team. And correspondence from Stephanie Piovazan regarding naming of a park.
Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? I got Councillor Lindell and Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on May 26, 2025, and the minutes of the regular council meeting held on June 9th, 2025. Can I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Councillor Kushner, seconded Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent reports. Motion is the council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover to approve the consent agenda? I have Councillor McPherson. And I will look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Today's consent agenda is item 6.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Recreation and Culture Programs, 2025 St. Catharines Cultural Investment Program Funding, Rounds 1, 2, and 3. Item 6.2, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Community Initiatives and Partnerships, Recreation Facility and Programming Plan Progress Update. Item 6.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, updates to the bylaw to manage and regulate election signs. And item 6.4, Municipal Works Fleet Maintenance, Single Source Procurement for Garbage Truck. Councillor McPherson.
I was going to say, I believe 6.3 has been pulled. So 6.3 is being dealt with under discussion.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, sorry.
I would say Phillips or
thought-
Mako?
Councillor Phillips. Yes.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Sorry, Counselor.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. There are no public meetings. There are no presentations. So our declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the corporation of the City of St. Catharines. Up first on our discussion reports will be 9.3, Financial Management Services and Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, Asset Management and GIS, Asset Management Plan. Eric Goforth from SLBC is in attendance if members of council have questions. At this time, can I have a councillor to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Townsend. So the motion is on the screen. The council endorsed the 2025 Asset Management Plan attached as Appendix 1, and the council has continued to support the monitoring and improvement initiatives identified in the 2025 Asset Management Plan that will continue to strengthen the city's corporate asset management practices. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Moving on, we have item 9.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Recreation and Culture Programs. Proposal from owner of the St. Catharines Saints franchise hockey team. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Patrick Smith, owner of the St. Catharines Saints franchise hockey team, to present. After that is done, we will receive that presentation, and then we will hear from the delegates that we have listed. This evening, we have delegations from Bob Romeo, Jeff Hassam, Anne Marie Zamet, Cheryl Chapman, Bruce Lawrence, Trish Houtby, Matthew Davies, and Regan Favell. At this time, I will ask all folks in the audience, when we have a presentation, there is no cheering, there is no clapping, there is no booing, there is no making any sort of noises that indicate either agreement or disagreement. We sit quietly and we listen to the presentation. Up to this point, this has been the way we've done things in council. It's worked very well. I would ask, if there are outbursts, we may have to clear the chamber. I don't want to do that. I think everybody deserves the right to be able to be heard and to make their comments, and for it to be left at that. So with that, I will turn things over to Mr. Smith for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Cisco, members of council, and city staff. My name is Pat Smith. I was born and raised in the north end of St. Catharines. I'm not here as a business outsider. I'm here as a community member, a coach, a father, and someone who has spent my entire life giving back to the city through sports. This is Don Robertson with me. He's from the Allen Cup Association and the owner of the Dundas Real McCoys of the Senior AAA League. I played my AAA minor hockey career for St. Catharines Royals out of Bill Burgoyne Arena. I won an All-Ontario championship at BBA. I played for Kiwanis hockey as a kid. I coached Kiwanis when both of my sons play there. I've coached both my boys at Garden City Minor Hockey. I also served as the Vice President of All-Star, Treasurer, and Coach for the St. Catharines Cobras All-Star Association and sat on the board for many years. I've spent decades volunteering in the city, and the BBA community is part of who I am. This proposal is not about displacing youth hockey. It's about strengthening our arena, our community spirit, and creating new opportunities at no cost to the city. Tonight, I'm requesting council support to begin negotiating an arena usage agreement for the St. Catharines Saints to operate out of BBA for the upcoming Allen Cup hockey season. This includes 10 home games per season, select practice dates, and the ability to work with staff on shared usage. Can you click it? It's not.
We're gonna pause for a second. What happened? There was a presentation up a moment ago. Oh, the meetings? Okay, so we're going to, Mr. Smith, gentlemen, I'm gonna ask for you to just take a moment while we wait to get the meeting restarted. So we're still up on YouTube? Okay. We need the counselor who's at home in the meeting, so. There we go. Is Councilor Ratzlaff in the meeting again? Is Councilor Ratzlaff back in the meeting? Okay, excellent. We can continue. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Do you mind clicking? So I want to address some unfortunate misinformation that's been circulated. I've never proposed removing the Kiwanis branding from BBA at all. In fact, with full respect and support of the Kiwanis legacy, I personally coached in Kiwanis, and both my boys have played there. We are part of the Kiwanis family. We're not asking to take over a community hockey arena. Our request for dressing room space is modest and intended to ensure league standard player safety and operations. We are open to compromise. This is not a corporate venture. I'm a resident funding this project myself. I don't have any big money backers. This is a grassroots initiative. What I'm proposing is something that's gonna be additive versus subtractive. The Saints are a revival of the historic hockey name from our past. Allen Cup hockey represents the highest level of senior hockey in Ontario and is governed by part of the OHA and Hockey Canada. These games feature former NHL players, American League, East Coast, university, and elite junior hockey players who now work full-time in Niagara and play purely for the love of the game. This team is about civic pride, mentorship, and connecting generations of hockey fans. The Saints will generate an estimated $650 to $950 in local economic activity annually. So this includes $250 in sponsorships, new revenue for the arena through events, ice rentals, and advertising, community-based charity fundraising through our annual golf tournament and ticket nights, youth mentorship and appearances at minor hockey events, new energy and fan engagement at an underutilized arena. We've also engaged local police, fire, and community leaders to be involved. Our proposal includes a multi-year agreement for 10 home games per season, plus playoffs, a dedicated dressing room space that meets safety standards, advertising rights within the arena for board, Zamboni, center ice, permission to host a beer garden during the game's nights. No financial ask for the city. We're fully self-funded. We're also open to revenue sharing on advertising and concessions. We're offering a respectful community-first team operated by local residents, professional conduct, accountability, and transparency, a strong commitment to working with existing user groups, not against them, and I hope the other user groups share the same sentiment. Affordable, family-friendly hockey nights that benefit the whole city. We've recently secured our coach, former NHLer Rick Vive, and another local gentleman to be our general manager. In closing, to the families and volunteers at Kiwanis and Garden City, I hear your concerns. I've walked in your shoes as a coach, a parent, and volunteer. I would never support anything that harms youth hockey. I'm here to add value, to bring excitement back to BBA, and to work together as proud stewards of the facility. I look forward to the opportunity to sit down together after the council meeting to explore collaborative ideas, joint events, charity skate nights, and co-branded community initiatives. I would love for us to be seen as partners who care deeply about hockey in the city. I respectfully ask that for council's approval to enter into negotiations with city staff to explore how we can make this work for everyone together. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Lindell?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a soft spot for the St. Catharines Saints name. My question is, you talked about misinformation and that you want to work with the Kiwanis and Garden City Minor Hockey, but have you consulted them yet?
Well, I have not. I did today, but the reason why I didn't, because I felt it was the cart before the horse. I thought the next steps were for me to get council's approval in order to negotiate a deal with the city, which would include the other user groups. How am I going to negotiate a deal with the other user groups when we don't have a deal on the table?
You also suggest in your package that you want a separate standalone laundry facility. Mm-hmm. Have you decided where that would be in the arena? Like, do you have an idea?
No, so I think that, all of this, needs to be discussed and further. It has to work for the city. It has to work for the other user groups. It has to work for us, right? I think that, with my long-standing history in the community here, I'm here to make it work for everyone, right? So if it can be done in Bill we're going and there's a space for it, great. If not, we'll have to work around that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Much appreciated. Just in addition to the 10 home games, assuming the team is incredible with that great coach you mentioned, there may be playoff games. I'm not familiar with this league and how their playoffs work. I'm guessing there'd be some series of games, 7 games, how many rounds? I'm just not familiar. Maybe you can share that so if it goes to playoffs. And on top of that, practice days, what would your ask be with, how often is this team on the ice for practices?
Yeah, so these are guys that came through the minor hockey system in Niagara, played junior B or junior C to the OHL, to university, to Europe. so they're a bit older, so at the end of the day, they don't want to practice a lot. They're now getting back into the community and starting to work and stuff, so the practices are only 2 to 3 a month type of thing. They don't want to practice any more than that. I've asked the city scheduler, what times of night, other users aren't using it, and we're fine to practice at 9 o'clock at night for an hour, 2 to 3 times a week.
Okay, yes. So when I look at it, like I would have thought like ice dogs,
Sorry,
Falcons.
2 to 3 times a month. Sorry.
2 to 3 times a month, yeah. So like when I think ice dogs, Falcons are on the ice,
the time.
3-4 times a week, probably more. And then I just wondered if you could shed some light on the dedicated dressing room. 10 home games. I'm just trying to understand the need for your own dressing room. Maybe you could just explain a little bit.
Yeah, so, as I mentioned, these are gentlemen who are professionals, and we're going to treat them like professionals. So having a dedicated room to keep the equipment, they don't carry their equipment to and from the games and stuff. We do that as an association. We need space to store the equipment for them to be that's secure and a safe place for them to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And
I've been doing this longer than most of you have been alive. Regarding the practices, the Dundas Real McCoys, we practice twice a month, as Pat says. These guys are 25 to 35 years of age. They've got young families. They're prepared to play the game. They're prepared to entertain. The playoffs that you ask about, it'll be a 5-team league this year. There'll be 2 rounds consisting of best of 5 or best of 7. And that will be determined based on when the completion is, because the winner of our league will go to Newfoundland this year and represent the Ontario Hockey Association at the Allen Cup Championship, which was held in Flamborough this year, and 2 years previously were held in Dundas. And what happens is teams from across Canada, we had 2 from Newfoundland, this year we'll have 1 from Powell River, British Columbia, travel to Newfoundland to represent their own areas. So we work backwards. There's an opportunity, our league will probably be hosting the Allen Cup the way it's set up, the tournament, the week-long tournament with teams from across Canada, almost every other year. And Pat is a very well-respected member of the Ontario Hockey Association board. The Ontario Hockey Association happens to be the world's oldest hockey association. This is the world's oldest national championship. They used to compete for the Stanley Cup because it became pro. Guess what? The Stanley Cup's still doing very well for itself. In 1908, Sir Montague Allen donated the Allen Cup, and that's now what's competed for the national championship. So the historic value of the Allen Cup and what happens is rather significant. I can appreciate, Councillor, you need to be familiar with it, which is why it would take that time. But when you have an opportunity to have the world's oldest national hockey championship in a community, combined with a week-long effort with teams from across Canada to come in, I think that's a big deal, but I'm a little prejudiced. I've won 4 of them, and they're not easy to win. So that will give you some idea in the timing and the lack of practice time they want, because they just don't have time to practice. They used to play every day as pros, OHL guys, university guys. No, they don't want to. And the other significant thing in my mind that it brings back to St. Catharines is so many guys, young guys like that star basketball player from, this won't help me, Hamilton, plays every day, and when he's done, he probably won't need to play. He'll probably pretty well financially be set. But all the kids in minor hockey that you see them play in the various small arenas, and then they go on and play Junior A or Junior B. A lot of people don't get an opportunity to see those athletes in their prime and when they're done. And when they come home, our league gives them an opportunity to play in front of family and friends and make contributions. The Real McCoys this past year, and we encourage every team involved in our league to do such things. We donated $7,200 to Keaton's House, which is the children's hospice that will also service the Niagara region. So a lot of our teams do a lot of good work, and Pat wants to follow that. So, sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, thanks for bringing this forward. Like you, our three boys went through the Kiwanis system, and I coached in the Kiwanis, so I have a soft spot for them as well. And we're aware that when this arena was built, it wasn't actually built by the city, it was built by local civic leaders who fashioned and fundraised and built this arena, and it was dedicated for youth sports, particularly lacrosse and hockey, and girls, of course, have come participating more readily. But did you know that that was the original mandate of the facility?
I was not aware.
Okay, thank you. And you've been in discussions with staff, and I'm just wondering, because looking at Bill Burgoyne, the dressing rooms are on the small side. There's not much seating capacity. Was there other facilities that you considered?
Well, I think for me, Bill Burgoyne in the north end, creating like a small community feel type for it. I'm, pretty biased just because I grew up in the north end and I played my whole minor hockey career there, and I've coached my boys and coached many kids at that facility. So for me, it's kind of near and dear to my heart, and I think that we can create a good community feel there. Support the community, get local businesses on board, work with other user groups to help support and build their programs as well.
Thanks. You made the comment that Bill Burgoyne was underutilized. I think there'd be a lot of people in the community who would disagree with that assessment, and I, for one, have been for years advocating for more public skating, for example, and we don't seem to be able to come up with ice time for various user groups. So what's the rationale for suggesting that it's underutilized?
Well, maybe, underutilized may be the wrong word there. More about, how I feel is the city's done an outstanding job on the facilities, and I think that it's kind of a hidden gem, and I think that there's more that the facility can offer. And I think I think that in partnership with the other user groups, I think that we can help take Bill Burgoyne as a facility to another level, bringing more people in, more awareness around it, building a good community around it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Williamson, I'm a former, I guess who wasn't a former Kiwanis parent from the looks of the people behind me, but my three boys came through that too, and it's a wonderful organization. So you're basically guaranteeing that the user groups, other than your Saturday night game time and your Thursday night, we'll say practice time, no one else is going to be negatively impacted by the Saints?
Well, I think that's a tough question for me if I'm understanding it. I'm not going to try to do anything to negatively impact Kiwanis or Garden City, that's for sure. They've been a big part of my childhood and as well as my boys.
And so will the Kiwanis logo stay at center ice?
Well, that's up for discussion, right? Like, I didn't know that this forum was to get into, certain items, negotiating and that type of thing. I thought that this forum was for me to get city's council.
Okay. And I'm going to jump in right now, Councillor. I think the questions you're asking, the last one about movement of ice and all the rest of it, I think that's something staff would have to answer. I don't think Mr. Smith can answer that question. Fine. That's our staff to have to determine. With respect to the logo, he's entirely right. Like this isn't the forum for that conversation, I don't think.
I apologize. As far as getting involved in the community, and that's great to hear. Our other teams have done that in the past. And trust me, when I grew up in Eastern Ontario, we had a team that went to Moncton in the Allen Cup, the real Prescott-Kempville Combines years ago. But so I'm aware of the excitement of Allen Cup, and I'm not saying no to this. What types of things do you see your team getting involved in the community to enhance hockey in the community? I guess that's a more fair question than the other two.
For sure, and I think that the players that'll be playing on the team will be names that people recognize. Coming through playing Junior B and Ice Dogs, OHL level, and having those players interact with the younger kids and having having the younger guys play during games between periods and having an interaction and supporting. At the end of the day, every hockey player comes from the grassroots, and in St. Catharines, definitely the north end, that is Kiwanis and Garden City.
That's good to hear, because the Ice Dogs used to be very community-minded in that way, and the kids, as a elementary school educator, they used to enjoy meeting players like that, and I think that's something that's, if you're going to survive, you need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. I'm a little confused about this whole process. You're coming to council for us to give you permission to negotiate with our Parks and Rec people, potentially of renting this. So I guess I don't really have a question. I'm just confused why everybody's here when this might not even happen. We're just giving him permission to negotiate with our staff. Is that exactly what we're doing?
So, Mr. Christie, if you want to explain the process.
Yes, to the councilor, through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically when we receive unsolicited offers or bids, councilor, we speak with the proponents. We make sure that the proposals are sound or are feasible before we bring it to council. We are the conduit for the proponent to get in front of council. We have to write the staff report that details who they are, what they're proposing, and that's why they're here today. And we're seeking council's direction to further those conversations into formal negotiations. That's what we did with Dead Red Baseball. That's what we did with the Falcons. So that's typically how we've done it.
So, Councillor, I'm going to jump in for a second, though, just because you had said give Mr. Smith permission. We're not giving Mr. Smith permission. This would be giving staff permission to negotiate on behalf of the city and to be able to enter into an agreement.
I understand that. It's just, it seems a little premature, like we're having a presentation. We actually don't know what would be in an agreement. It would probably make more sense to deal with staff first, then come to council, and if people have issues, then they would come to council at that time. Because we're like ahead of the whole process here. It makes absolutely no sense what we're doing. So I'm just gonna leave it at that.
So I'm going to jump in from a process standpoint, and I appreciate you kept your mic open. Leave your mic open because you may have an additional question. What staff have said is they need permission from us to be able to negotiate something on the city's behalf. So the motion here says that they could enter into a multi-year agreement with the owner of St. Catharines Saints, subject to the satisfaction of city solicitor, FMS director, and CRCS director. And let me finish. If there's an alternative motion, it would be to instruct staff to negotiate, but then to bring back whatever that final agreement looks like to council for approval. But that's to staff's credit. I mean, I'm going to defend staff here. That's not the way we've done it in the past. I'm not saying one way is better than the other. I'm simply saying they followed the same process they followed in every other instance. I'm assuming, well, we mentioned Dead Red, but I mean, I would imagine going back to the Ice Dogs. And that was. The recommendation says that staff be authorized to negotiate.
It doesn't say anything about coming back to council.
No, sorry, Councillor, I think you misunderstood me. I'm saying it doesn't say that right now. If Councillor Harris is suggesting that it should, but that would be a different motion.
Thank you. I guess my problem is, you've come here to present. It might be a totally great opportunity. It might actually fail tonight because you actually haven't started to negotiate. It'd probably make more sense to negotiate first, come here, and if there's concerns, then we can address it.
So I don't disagree, Councillor. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, first of all, the presentation is not the time to have that conversation.
Well, I'm just,
so we can do that after we've gotten through the presentation and the questions of the presenter and then the delegations when we get to the report. If you'd like to make a motion that's different from here, this motion first has to be defeated, and then an alternate motion can be put on the floor. Okay? All right. Now you can turn your mic off. Councillor Mako, followed by Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions were very similar about process. I think the only other one I'd have is when did you first bring this idea to the city for consideration? I'm just curious the timeline.
How long? I'd probably say Yeah, 2 months.
2 months ago.
Yeah.
That's
So I sit on the OHA board with Don, so we govern senior hockey, Tier 2A, Junior B, Junior C. And, you know, so over the last year, I've got to know Donnie and what Senior A hockey's all about. And it just seemed like a really good fit for how I want to allocate my capital and time and that kind of stuff to give back.
And forecasting out, when would you need a decision either way to?
We're trying to play this October.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The presentation is excellent, but there's one thing I don't understand, which is similar to what my colleague, Councillor Harris, has asked. Why, when you talked about negotiations, were there any negotiations with Kiwanis?
No, I felt that I'm not in a position to negotiate with the other user groups when I don't have anything to negotiate.
Were there any meetings with the other groups?
I sent an email last night and a couple phone calls today.
So there's been no input from them to your proposal?
There was no response, no.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Smith, for the presentation. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive this presentation? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. At this time, we have our delegations, so we will hear multiple delegations. I have Bob Romeo to speak first. Mr. Romeo? Bob, we keep running into each other. The lectern is yours.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I am Bob Romeo, the immediate past president of the Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines, and currently the club's liaison to the Kiwanis Minor Hockey. Very proud to be associated with them. The Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines just celebrated its 90th year. Mayor Matt Sisko was there, who was a distinguished guest that night for the celebration on June the 5th, where he gave our club a wonderful tribute, acknowledging the praising of our club and the work that we've done since 1935 for service for youth here in St. Catharines. In 1973, our club raised the funds and built the Bill Burgoyne Memorial Arena with the intention for it to be the home of youth hockey leagues. Kiwanis gifted the arena to the city on a promise that they would be the stewards of this asset. In the 52 years of operation, this arena has been home to thousands of kids who have learned to play, celebrate, and grow in our national sport, hockey. Alexa Vasco was born here in St. Catharines. She's a distinguished alumni member of the Kiwanis Minor Hockey. At that ice and the Bill Burgoyne Arena is where she honed her craft that eventually led her to being drafted to the first ever Women's Hockey League, playing for the Toronto Scepters in the inaugural season of 2024. I can appreciate the St. Catharines Saints wanting to hit the ice. I can also appreciate the projected economic impact that the Saints could generate for the city. However, the owner's proposal doesn't account for the negative impact that the Saints could be taking over the arena, having numerous youth leagues in the arena that have served this as home. It would be a very detriment to them. The proposal outlines a displacement of the youth for senior men's hockey, a number of who are former NHL players. While the proposal indicates that the Saints will work in conjunction with the current groups, the fact is that the staff, this is the first time we actually heard about this even happening. We weren't approached ahead of time to find out about this proposal. So right off the bat, it's, as I would say, not in good faith. When a kid gets on the ice, they see the Kiwanis logo under their feet. It serves as a reminder that the Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines exists in service to youth. This is why I am a Kiwanian and why I volunteer my time is to deliver and to protect programs which serve the youth in our community. It's important for the kids who come to the arena to know that they belong there. It's a part of them. The idea of the Saints taking over every corner of the arena, from the center ice logo to the lobby to the dressing rooms, is in total opposition of what the purpose of the arena was originally set forth. By passing this proposal, it is understood that the city's stance is revenue generated, and that's what matters, and it does not matter for the youth that will continue to enjoy this program for the rest of the years here in Niagara. The arena has operated this way for youth over the past 50 years, and I strongly recommend that council vote no to this proposal, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Romeo. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. So is it Kiwanis' stance that you're totally against? Like, I don't really see this as a proposal. I see this as us authorizing staff to go back and speak to the applicant, the St. Catharines Saints. But would you be more comfortable if perhaps we allowed staff to negotiate and come back to council with input from the Kiwanis? Like, is there any way that you would feel comfortable with them having a home?
I just don't know the limited of space that the arena has. There's been some upgrades, but as far as 2 specific dressing rooms would take away from a lot of having, I mean, there's girls that play and we can't have everybody in the same dressing room. It would just take a lot away from it. And then the advertising aspect worries me a bit that Kiwanis will just be lost in the arena.
I totally understand, but are there any compromises that Kiwanis perhaps could engage staff and the Saints before we just...
We had an emergency meeting and we kind of talked about this over the weekend, and it just cannot work. Even with Kiwanis hockey and then the lacrosse program too, which would probably be scrapped in the early spring to afford for the playoffs. So I just don't think this is the home for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're talking about negotiations between staff and the Saints. Now, should you be included in those negotiations for your
I
input?
definitely think we should. I was surprised that we didn't hear about this beforehand.
So if a motion was made to have you as a third party in the negotiations, you'd be pleased?
It wasn't. That's why we're kind of here tonight, because we
Thank
had
you.
not heard about it.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Romeo, for your presentation. And you might not be able to answer this question, but you said that you don't feel that this is the home for the seniors' hockey. Is there, in your mind, a place that you think would be better suited for them to be playing out of?
I don't know what the agreement is with the Falcons, but I've played in the 4-pad arena. It's a much bigger facility with seating, and there's probably more options for dressing rooms there as well. So I would think something like that. I'm not familiar with the new arena up at Brock. That could be an option too.
Okay. And then one last question. You said that you guys were basically a no, and this is kind of what Councillor Harris said. If it were to happen and you were part of it, do you think that there is any room that you could work with a partnership with them, or is it really just not a...
I think it would be very tight, and I think probably there would have, to get everybody in there, I think you'd have to have more construction on the building to build onto it, because it's an older arena, and it serves its purpose for the kids who love coming there all weekend, and I think that's what it's for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, I guess the big concern would be that probably staff did not come and talk to Kiwanis first to say, hey, we've got another group that's looking at this, to sit down and for you guys to explain your needs or lack of. And I don't know what to say. There might be extra time there. I don't know. Like I always hear, there's never enough. But I mean, you guys were like blindsided, I guess, by this.
Yes.
So I think this report came in kind of late to us as well. And like hopefully everyone could work together. But that's what needs to be part of negotiating. Is the staff needs to sit down with you guys too, and to show what your needs are and what you're currently doing, and if there's any available extra. They really need to work with you first before that we can allow a group like that in there probably, and it may possibly work, right? Yeah. But you guys need to be negotiating, or talking
definitely.
with staff
Yeah.
to do, okay, thanks.
All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Romeo, for your presentation. I'll now call upon Jeff Hassim to speak. Hassim. I had it in my head for that, and then I said it completely wrong, and was corrected by everybody in the audience, everybody around the table, and my acting clerk sitting next to me. So,
My name's Jeff Haslam. I've been involved with Kiwanis hockey for, this will be my 50th year. I have seen Bill Burgoyne Arena for a long time and seen it develop. Mayor Cisco and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of the Kiwanis family and Bill Burgoyne Arena. I can honestly say I am not pleased that I have to once again come in front of council to protect the youth of St. Catharines. I was previously here in 2018 when the city put forth a proposal to hand Bill Burgoyne Arena over to Ball Hockey Canada. If that proposal would have been passed, we wouldn't be here today. I must say it's a slap in the face for not only Kiwanis hockey, but all user groups that we had to be notified by Councillor Bruce Williamson on Friday afternoon regarding this proposal. Thank you, Bruce, for reaching out to me. Was there a possibility that this proposal could have and would have been passed tonight if we had not requested the opportunity to speak? I'd like to give you a history of Kiwanis. Kiwanis hockey is in its 57th year of operation and was started by Mr. Doug Favell to give children under the age of 10 years old the opportunity to play hockey in the city. Last year we had 490 players. We've had up to 790. That was pre-COVID. We use approximately 626 hours for house league only, 120 for select, okay? And the proposal from the senior hockey is between 56 and 66 hours. Kiwanis hockey contribution since the opening of Bill Burgoyne in 1973. House league rentals, approximately $7 million. Select rentals, $1.2 million. Office rental, $260,000. Kiwanis built, supplied, and built the office, but we still pay $10,000 a year rental there. The concession stand, which the city approached us to take over as they were now unable to operate it, $31,000. Kiwanis has had the center ice logo since the opening of the arena in 1973. Last year, we were advised by the city we needed to replace it for a cost out of our pockets, $3,500. The city also charges us $1,200 a year to install the logo, so $62,000. Bill Burgoyne was built and donated to the city by 27 gentlemen, including Doug Favell and Kiwanis, for the youth. The dressing rooms, benches, penalty box, ice office were all for youth sports. It was not intended for senior hockey. I honestly played old-timers hockey there, and I wasn't a good hockey player, and there was no room. So I don't know how ex-NHL guys are going to play in that arena. I received a phone call from Doug Favell's granddaughter, and she was extremely upset that City Council will consider taking away from the youth sports for senior men's hockey. The St. Catharines Saints proposal, and it's in the FBO there, they are requesting exclusive sponsorship and advertising rights for key assets at Bill Burgoyne Arena, including, and not limited to, the rink boards, the center ice logo, the Zamboni, and lobby signage. We have serious concerns with this proposal. First, the lobby. We have had a dressing room assignment board there for 52 years. Are we going to lose it? We also have a sponsorship recognition display board for our sponsors. For Cross Ice, we have foam boards that sponsors can purchase and advertise on. How would this work if you give the senior men's hockey exclusive rights? The major concern we have is the loss of one or possibly two dressing rooms. I am currently the director of the U7 division, which we had last year 120 players. And Hockey Canada mandated cross ice for U7. We have up to 6 teams on the ice at a time and definitely need 6 dressing rooms to operate. We share these rooms and it's already congested. We can't do any more. We could actually use 8 rooms. What's the city's solution? Extra ice time is impossible because you're now going to take 5 to 6 hours away after 5 o'clock on Saturday nights. Do we tell the taxpayers, the city of St. Catharines, that they would have to find another municipality for their young children to play hockey in? As well, Kiwanis has donated over $100,000 to Community Care Christmas Wish Foundation. Most of this support comes from U7. So if we lose U7, Community Care is going to suffer. In closing, I am not sure how it would be feasible for a senior men's hockey to play at Bill Burgoyne. I would like to see a senior hockey team in the municipality or in the area, but sorry, Bill Burgoyne, there's the Thorold Arena, which I guess it doesn't help St. Catharines. There's the Forward Pad. There's the Brock University. It doesn't work at Bill Burgoyne. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassam, for your presentation. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the last presenter. Is there any way you feel there could be some concessions made to accommodate the St. Catharines?
Well, you guys can build 2 more dressing rooms there.
Okay, so that's one. The other thing is, would you feel comfortable if council directed staff to negotiate and come back prior to making a final decision?
Yes, we would work with them, but I mean, we can't lose any ice time and there is no more ice time. And not only us, all the other user groups are going to lose ice time because if you're taking 5 hours away on Saturday night, our select teams, most of them have to book at Ridley College or out of town because there's no ice at the city of St. Catharines. They pick up the phone, they say there's no ice. So how to say that there's an abundance? I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Jeff. In terms of the comment about the ice time being underutilized or that there's somehow extra ice time, how would you respond to that?
Well, like I responded to Councillor Harris, there's not. I talked to one of the select coaches, and he said he had to book all his ice at Ridley. He couldn't get Bill Burgoyne or another city arena. So, I mean, if the ice was open at Bill Burgoyne, I'm sure they would rather practice there.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Hassam, for your comments.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll call upon Anne-Marie Zamet to speak. Folks, I'm just going to make a quick announcement. The Zoom device needs to be rebooted. The call will stay up, but we will lose access to the projector while it's rebooting. So everybody in Zoom is going to have to wait until the unit reboots and then rejoin. I had to make that announcement.
Did it start? Or?
It's rebooting now.
It's rebooting?
Yeah, so the issue truthfully is just that the one counselor who is on Zoom is dropped now for a minute. Yeah, so if you want to hold for just, I'd prefer if Councilor Ratzlaff can hear the conversation, so. We are still on YouTube, so.
Oh,
All right, so just a question for our Zoom participants. Can you hear the chambers right now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful, thank you. I think that was Ms. Pelletieri.
It was.
Wonderful. So for those who were watching and wondering why we are paused, Councillor Ratzlaff is logged in on Zoom, and we want to make sure that he hears all of the presentations, which is why we have paused. We don't want anybody to miss any of the presenters and put a councillor at a disadvantage having not heard the presentation. So that's why we're pausing right now, to try and sort this out. The issue seems to be that right now they can't see video in the chamber. So they don't necessarily need to see so long as they can hear. So with that, Ms. Zammit, the microphone is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I am Anne-Marie Zammit, incoming Vice President of the Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines. Thank you for the opportunity to address Council on the proposal from the owner of the St. Catharines Saints regarding the use of the Bill Burgoyne Memorial Arena. Kids need adults who care. Kids need Kiwanis. The Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines built an arena in 1973 with the purpose to serve the kids of St. Catharines by providing a safe, accessible space for them to play in. I'm here to oppose the proposal from the owner of the St. Catharines Saints to take over a significant portion of this arena that Kiwanis built. It's an audacious ask from a league of senior men's hockey to displace children who use this arena. So audacious, in fact, the Allen Cup Hockey League announced on May 23rd, 1 month ago, that the Saints will be playing out of the arena on Saturday nights as though it is a done deal, and I've distributed a copy of that article. So this begs the question, was a deal struck before any consultation with stakeholders? In tonight's agenda package, there are 2 appendices related to this item that accompanied the staff report. The first being an economic impact statement, and the second being a confidential memo which contains the proposal. Council members have access to this memo while the public does not. And again, I would like to remind everyone that the arena is a public asset that was gifted to the city by the Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines with the understanding it be utilized to serve youth first and foremost. The owner of the team is St. Catharines born and raised, and he himself said that he played Kiwanis hockey as a child, so surely he must be aware of the history and the purpose of the arena. So I'm a theater kid. I've never understood hockey. I don't understand hockey culture. I've never understood the hero worship of NHL players, but I do understand this proposal as it was presented in the report. Where a senior men's hockey team wants to take over the 2 change rooms, change the signage, change the center ice logo, and have exclusive rights to sponsorships and advertising. That proposal fails to serve the youth. It's kind of a self-serving empire-building proposal. It will create inequity and disproportionately affect youth and their ability to access a space that was intended for them. There's a whole scoring matrix in the recreation facilities allocation policy that prioritizes organizations such as Kiwanis Minor Hockey. Now, just for fun, I did a comparison between the 2, and out of a possible score of 80, Kiwanis scored 70. The Saints scored 35. Now, I will say I did do my best guess, given my limited knowledge of the team, but I am pretty sure they won't ever score a 10 on age prioritization, nonprofit classification, and historical precedence. This proposal also says to kids that they don't matter unless they rise to NHL greatness and then come back to the ice dangling the potential of economic impact for the city based on this unquantifiable draw of them playing hockey as ex-NHLers. Should the request be approved, this would effectively set the precedent for this facility to be monetized by the highest bidder. The St. Catharines Saints and the ACH League are attempting to buy their way into a space meant for children. So what would happen at the end of this multi-year agreement? Would the team ask for more? What mechanisms are in place that would protect youth organizations from being completely pushed out of the arena? That's a rhetorical question. I know there are no protections against this. That's why we are all here tonight. So, Council, I would ask with respect to please deny this request. It does a disservice to the youth and to the Kiwanis Club of St. Catharines, who have been serving the youth of our community for 90 years. Going forward, our club will be future-proofing against this type of threat where the city sells off or sells out assets that we built, which were meant to benefit the youth and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Salmon. Councillor Townsend. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I tried to say Townsend, it didn't work.
Townsend in Italian.
I got town and then I got Zend and something in the middle.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the theater kid comment because I am also a big theater kid as well. I also appreciate your scoring matrix and the details that went into it. I was going to ask you if you did it on your own, and you clearly just emphasized that, so thank you. My question to you is similar to what Councillor Harris has asked. With negotiations and conversations with the Saints, is that something that the Kiwanis would, you'd be open to having those conversations alongside Mr. Romeo, who's here as well?
That is something that I would definitely defer to Jeff, who is our expert, and I will support the Minor Hockey League and the other organizations fully in that respect.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Emmett, for your presentation. I'll now call upon Cheryl Chapman to speak. Okay, I don't believe she has logged in, so we will move on to the next speaker. I'll now call upon Bruce Lawrence to speak. Mr. Lawrence, the lectern is yours.
Mr. Mayor.
It's always a pleasure, sir.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, staff, I'm Bruce Lawrence, president of the Garden City Minor Hockey Association. I'm also a member of the American Alliance Club, but I'm also one of Jeff's U7 coaches and development instructors. We have a few points that we would like to bring forward, because we are also residents of Bill Burgoyne Arena, as we have the offices upstairs where we run our whole travel hockey operations out of, and we also have our storage facilities at the rear part of the lower part of the building. First and foremost, it's the youth hockey programs losing ice time to a new adult hockey program. We struggle already to get ice time for our players at appropriate times. Our association is probably the largest user of morning ice to help alleviate those practice concerns. We get penalized in the ice allocations because of that, because they don't count it. On other things, the loss of 2 dressing rooms would severely hamper Jeff's U7 program because it's chaos there now. If they only had 4 rooms, it would be a disaster, and you wouldn't be able to function there. We have teams coming from out of town. They need places to put their equipment. Are we going to double stack everything in a hallway that's only 2 people wide and have that frustration spill out to the parents and all the individuals visiting our city? We don't want to have that appearance either, right? The other thing is we have to make accommodations for anybody that has any special needs at any level of hockey. If there's only 4 dressing rooms, we are not capable of providing accommodations for people that don't meet our, can't go in a dressing room with the full team. Happens when we have girls, other individuals, it happens. We have to make those accommodations, right? Our GCMHA Junior Falcons room, we need to know how that's going to be affected, right? Our access, can we go in there during game times, right? Because you have a full view of the ice surface. What impositions are going to be put on us in our areas? We've not been no contact at all about this until I heard from Jeff Hassel. And then finally, again, this goes back to Councillor Harris's point. We're just hearing about this on Friday, right? We mobilized quick because it might be off-season, but we're talking together all the time. Different organizations, we all work together. We're just hearing about this at the last minute. We're one of the 2 tenants in that building at current time. And we heard nothing about this from the city. And that is, like Jeff said, a slap in the face. We need to be involved. We need to state our needs, right? Because the last time there was negotiations with the city and another hockey team, we've created a safety hazard at Rink 1 at the 4-pet, where 2 dressing rooms are given to the Junior B Falcons, and all of a sudden we have 3 teams, or 3 dressing rooms on one side where you have 2 opposing teams. So we have to be very careful of how we schedule our games, because you can't have midget-age players dressing 2 rooms apart. And that is very concerning, and it's a safety issue, right? But that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was somewhat sympathetic to the idea of negotiations, including the different participants, Kiwanis, yourselves, et cetera. But are you telling me that that won't lead to anything?
Well, it hasn't in the past for us. It's always been a negative effect on our association. We used to hold game nights on Saturday nights at Bill Burgoyne Arena. Staff have removed that ice time from us, right? We used to play on Thursday nights as well. We'd hold games there for our younger age groups.
So would your group be willing to participate in negotiations, or would that be a waste
Certainly,
of time?
but the problem is now we don't have enough ice time in the city to begin with.
Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Bruce. You made the comment, you're a big user of the early ice time, you're penalized in the ice allocation system. I just wonder if you could clarify what.
Well, when
what
we
you
were
mean by
talking with the staff, they said, well, we don't count that morning ice time as allocation ice. And I mean, unless that policy has changed, that's the wording we got from it. We were asked to make several changes by the city staff, and we did, and we haven't seen any changes in our appropriation.
I'm still not, even though I've been involved in this for a long time, I'm still not clear on what the implication that has for you, or your
Well, our group well, because anybody that's displaced from that arena, it's ice time from all of the arenas, right? Those users are going to want to go someplace else, right? And that puts more pressure on the ice times that we need to maintain our programs, right? It's going to affect us. It's going to affect the girls. It's going to affect Kiwanis. I'm not here just for us. I'm here for all of the kids.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. Just with regards to the idea, the amount of ice time, and the suggestion that perhaps the impact of the Saints coming could be mitigated by moving existing user groups out of ice time. Could you touch on how that potentially could impact?
Where are you going to move them to?
Yeah, well, I guess.
We have a finite ice capacity in the city. We aren't allowed to dictate where we go. We're told where we have to go.
Right. So are you currently operating only at Burgoyne?
No, we operate out of Bill Burgoyne, out of the 4-pad, up at Brock.
Okay.
All city
Right.
facilities.
So your belief is just that wouldn't really even be possible given the current demand?
Well, what happened, we just get bounced around.
Yeah.
So do the girls, so, I mean, it's not
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
specific to us. The girls hockey has all the other arenas as well.
Right.
We're in the same boat. We're the same size.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence, for the presentation. I'll now call upon Trish Houtby to speak. Ms. Houtby, the lectern is yours.
Also, thank you for getting my name right.
I know another Houtby somewhere.
I figured there's a lot of them, but I married in, so I don't know them all. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here as a parent. I have 2 children that play recreational level ice sports in the city of St. Catharines. My son, who just turned 12, plays for Kiwanis, just so happens. So this proposal feels like yet another sign that we've forgotten about a whole group of young people. Kids who just want to play for fun. Not every child is aiming for rep level competition. Some, like my son, just want to lace up their skates, laugh at their teammates, and enjoy the game without the pressure to level up, always looming over them. They deserve a space where playing for joy is enough, a space that isn't dominated by branding and messaging that says anything less than elite is second best. I think this opportunity with the senior team is amazing. I think it's great that those participants want to continue playing a game that they love. So I do not have a problem with this team. I have a concern about the branding happening in the arena, or the proposed branding, that yet again puts forward, you need to try harder, you need to accomplish more. That is not everybody's goal in playing sport. And that is my concern with that. It also dictated that 2 of the 6 available change rooms at this facility be dedicated to one organization. I have to ask, where does that leave everyone else? If we're giving 1/3 of the dressing rooms to a single team or club, and to be fair, I don't care which team or club, just any of them, this just happens to be today's topic, how are we accommodating the other teams? If they're teams of both male and female players, how are we accommodating them? Are we going back to the days where the lesser number, which is usually the girls, end up changing in the referee's room, in the washrooms, in the offices? I thought we were far beyond that. Lastly, I have serious concerns about the naming rights proposal for center ice. Often when that happens, the teams do not want to paint ringette lines on the ice. My daughter plays ringette. She's a damn good ringette player. They don't often play at a Bill Burgoyne, and I appreciate that. But on occasion, they need ice time because they've been displaced by tournaments, etc. And at the 4-pad, Rink 1, we had that problem for years, that the naming rights would not paint the ringette lines on. Maybe not everybody here knows that. The last 2 years, I think it was, they did paint the lines on, and that is phenomenal. My daughter still has not played on that rink. That's a different issue. But that is my concern with the naming rights, is that it could potentially leave a league out of utilizing ice that could be needed. So this isn't just about one team or one sport for me. It's about the community, and it's about reminding kids that it's okay to just want to play for fun. And I think that that is something I just wanted to make very clear. It was mentioned that this is an underutilized rink. I would hazard you have not tried to park there on a Saturday anywhere between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. because it is full. So I'm not sure that I would agree with that assessment. I also tried to look up the Saints and find out a little bit about them because I come from a hockey background. I did not grow up in St. Catharines, but I grew up in small town Ontario that lives and breathes hockey. And I was surprised to see on their website that it already mentioned that they will be playing at a Bill Burgoyne. That was just a little bit of a shock to me. So I think that is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Helpy, for the presentation. We'll now move to Matthew Davies to speak. Mr. Davies, the lectern is yours. Always a pleasure. Good to see you.
All right, I'm a little nervous here. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Davies. I'm the Vice President of Garden City Minor Hockey, and I'm here on behalf of Garden City Minor Hockey that has been serving children and youth since 1972 to express concerns about the proposed changes to ice allocation that would jeopardize the needs of our youth athletes throughout St. Catharines. To name a few, Garden City Minor Hockey, the Brock Junior Badgers, Niagara North Stars, Kiwanis, CYO, figure skating, and so on. Our association does not have enough, our association does not have enough ice time for the number of teams that we currently have, and we haven't for several years. Garden City utilizes non-prime morning practices in order to open up prime ice in the evenings. Our association works closely with the city and follows all guidelines laid out to access and retain ice. The position we are in today has taken years of relationship building, planning, and constant communication to establish. This is not something that's happened overnight. As we speak, we don't have confirmation of what ice will be available for the upcoming season, yet we are expected to plan and operate one of the largest youth programs within the city. Garden City Minor Hockey is one of the largest purchasers of ice within St. Catharines, and we have hundreds of members. Giving up exclusive use of multiple change rooms at BBA from November to March or April is not feasible, as we require all rooms for our teams, including boys and female rooms as needed. The proposed 10 games on Saturday nights, training camp, and 1 hour practice a week is time that could be allocated to our youth. Giving up our youth prime ice is going to create a funnel effect, forcing people, other associations to go to other arenas throughout the city. According to the scoring matrix provided by the city, Garden City Minor Hockey should be one of the priority users. We are non-for-profit with strong historic precedents. We offer both competitive and recreational, diverse membership. Our members are made up of 94% St. Catharines residents, with 6% out within the Niagara region. From 584 members in 2002 to a large increase of 757 members in 2025. We have 23 to 25 teams per year competing across Ontario. Our Bulldogs program, from age 4 to 7, youth intro to hockey, skating, accessibility programs, being one of the this program being one of the oldest in Ontario. Our organization meets and exceeds every marker of community value and impact laid out in the city's own framework. So our question is, how can a new seniors men's league of adult players suddenly qualify for ice time ahead of our children and our youth who live, grow, and play here? It isn't just about ice, it's about protecting opportunities for the children and families in our community, maintaining integrity to the system the city itself has established to ensure fairness. Minor hockey must remain top priority, not just in writing, but in action.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Davies. Nothing to be nervous about. You did a great job.
Thank you.
It's like you're yelling at goalies or something.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any questions for Mr. Davies? All right. Seeing none, saved by the bell. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And I will now call upon Reagan Favell to speak. Ms. Favell, the lectern is yours. I hope I got your last name right. Oh, excellent.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by briefly explaining who I am and my connection with Kiwanis Hockey. My name is Reagan Favell, and I'm the granddaughter of the founder of Kiwanis Hockey, Doug Favell Sr., and I am the daughter of former NHL goalie Doug Favell Jr. I've been immersed in hockey culture for my entire life. My two sons both played recreational hockey from a very young age and continue to play to this day, thanks to Kiwanis Hockey. I would also like to state that I appreciate the effort Patrick Smith is displaying by trying to bring an Allen Cup Hockey League expansion team to St. Catharines. However, I truthfully feel that there is no urgent need for more competitive hockey in the Niagara region, and that we need to protect our recreational hockey programs, especially for children. The Niagara Ice Dogs play OHL-level hockey in the downtown core, and they produce NHL-level talent year after year. We also have the Brock Badgers, who have routinely had one of the best men's and women's university-level hockey teams in the nation. Brock University also has a history of producing NHL and PWHL level talent. Niagara also has the St. Catharines Falcons, a junior hockey team in the city since 1968, with a dedicated and loyal fan base within the community. Both the men's and women's hockey teams that represent Brock University have local representation, as well as the St. Catharines Falcons. I think there's plenty of competitive hockey and local representation in the region. If the St. Catharines Saints were to play hockey at the Bill Burgoyne Arena, both the team and the city would be eliminating many youths in the city's ability to play the game that they know and love. Kiwanis hockey has prided itself as one of the very few leagues that has a fair play policy since 1968. Every child is given equal opportunity to participate in a sport that they love, receive training and coaching, and make friendships that last a lifetime. Kiwanis also provides children in need with equipment so they also have a chance to play. I think those rules and policies have only become more and more important over the years, with mental health becoming increasingly important, especially in children. No other league in Niagara offers equality in the way that Kiwanis does. Their unique focus on fair play creates an atmosphere like no other. Words cannot describe how appreciative I am towards every single volunteer in that organization who upholds these values year after year. They've played a huge part in both of my sons' recreational hockey lives and it has continued to have an impact on them to this day. Losing the center ice logo and losing the dressing rooms means we also lose a piece of hockey history in St. Catharines. With the loss of the Garden City Arena in 2023, Bill Burgoyne remains a display of true integrity and history of hockey in St. Catharines. With the lack of ice time in the city and less dressing rooms, it puts a serious strain on Kiwanis hockey, and they will likely struggle to operate a league that they've run in this community for 57 years. If Kiwanis hockey is not shown more respect and given more authority to defend the arena, specifically built for them, and one they have called home for over half a century, we will be taking hockey sticks out of the hands of children and giving them to grown men. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Favell. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you were to be part of the negotiations with the Saints, would that be a waste of time on your part?
I'd have to defer to the Kiwanis organization. I'm a mom,
right.
And a granddaughter of the founder, and have been a part of the activities, but I'm not on the board and part of the negotiation.
But given your experience, would you think that would be a waste of time?
And your question was negotiating for ice time?
Yes, to be part of the negotiations involving staff, the Saints.
I don't feel qualified to comment on that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Favell. In the old days, you used to write to hockey teams, and they would, if you were nice, they would send you an 8x10 glossy signed picture, and I had your dad's picture on my wall in the bedroom growing up. You mentioned your grandfather. What do you think your grandfather would think of this proposal tonight?
Fortunately, before he died, we did have conversations, and I was curious why he started the league to begin with, because he himself was a high-level athlete. He's in the Lacrosse Hall of Fame himself, so recreational sport really didn't impact him in any way, or not being able to play and sit on the bench was not a thing for him. And then he had one child who was my father, who also was a high-performance athlete from an early age, so he never really didn't see ice time and sat on the bench. So I remember the conversation, how did you get involved in this? It wasn't personally affecting his family, and it was really selfless. He said he didn't like going around to watch his son play and watch other kids not have opportunities to play and not get equal ice time. It just bothered him as a human being. And so that's why he created the Kiwanis League for recreational athletes, so everybody could be a participant in the same way as higher level athletes. And that politics wouldn't get involved. They brought in a rule where it's 2 minutes. Every child gets 2 minutes, and then a buzzer goes when they're young. So every child rotates and gets the exact same amount of ice time when they play Kiwanis hockey. That's not a preferential treatment, or as one of the mums mentioned, it's not based on performance. Every child can really live their dream.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, thank you, Ms. Favell. I will just say, I really appreciate it. It was a beautiful presentation, but the fact that you managed to get Councillor Williamson to fanboy like that, I don't know if I have ever seen him giggle like that. So I really appreciate that. And I'm not going to open his mic to be able to retort at this time. So thank you for that. All right, can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegations that we have heard today? Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson. So all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. All right, so to move the recommendation, I have Councillor Phillips, and do I have a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Townsend. Can we open up Councillor Phillips' mic, as he is the mover and he does have the opportunity to speak first?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a very difficult evening. I've heard Mr. Haslam and Mr. Lawrence indicating that they would be willing to discuss and negotiate with our staff, with the owner of the team. So at this point, I'd like to refer what's been discussed tonight back to staff and ensure that Mr. Haslam and Mr. Lawrence are included in any discussion to see if there's any possibility that this can work.
A referral back to staff, asking for them to come back at the next meeting with, I think they have to address the concerns that were discussed tonight, but also conversation with Kiwanis, Garden City, the other user groups in the facility.
For sure.
Okay.
Yes. Something that should have been done before now.
I'm also going to suggest as a part of that referral that councillors have the opportunity to send forward any questions or concerns they'd like to see answered in a referral, because the referral motion is coming now, so we won't have an opportunity to debate. That preserves the ability for everybody to debate. Councillor, I will get to you in just a moment. Reserves the ability for everybody to debate when it comes back. So I will ask Councillor Williamson something with respect to the referral motion.
Okay. I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, given the short timeline, I encourage council, if they have those questions, to get them in immediately, so that, because I know the process is going to have to start quickly to get it back to our next meeting, which luckily is 3 weeks away, I understand. So it's going to be a rush. So councils, if you have those questions, get them in quick.
Agreed.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, can we open Councillor Williamson's microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. My clarification question is, in terms of scope, we've heard a lot of negativity about Bill Burgoyne Arena. Are we looking at other venues as well?
I think staff will come back if there are alternatives, and that would have to be a part of it as well. I don't know if that's possible given the situation, but I mean, that was a concern that was raised.
Thank you.
Okay, these are only clarifications on the referral, okay? Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if they're asking for us to put our questions forward, so when the report comes back, do we not have opportunity to ask questions that night then?
You definitely have the opportunity, but if there's anything you would like answered in advance based on what we've heard this evening, I want to make sure that whatever memo comes back as a part of this referral is as fulsome as possible, so that it's public document as well and residents can see it before we get back to the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Townsend to the referral.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure that we are capturing everything in this referral. So I know it says 2 user groups. I want to change that to all user groups at BBA to understand where we're at on ice allocation at BBA, because we haven't really understood, is there ice time available, is there not? So can we just make sure we're encompassing all of this? So change 2 to, I think, all user groups.
Facilitate discussions between user groups and to answer questions. Yeah, okay. All right, I have Councillor, and again, councillors, this is strictly information you want to see in the referral. Councillor Lindahl.
I just need a clarification. Do we send our questions to
Mr. Christie?
Director Christie?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second question is, when it comes back to council on the 23rd, will all of the parties who are interested in this also be available for us at the on the 23rd to ask more questions to them about the referral?
Okay, so just for clarity, the next meeting is the 14th, correct? So it's the 14th, I just want to make sure we weren't giving the wrong information out. So at this point, no, everybody who's presented has now presented, unless they're bringing new information back. However, I mean, in the intervening weeks, you have the opportunity to reach out to any of the presenters today and have that conversation. Councillor Stevens.
So I don't know if this just asked now, or would this be a question to send to Director Christie, because it says the use of Bill Burgoyne Memorial Arena, and the applicant preferred that, but to go outside that scope in all
So
arenas.
I had mentioned that staff will come back with any information related to that.
Thank you.
Right, so if there are any additional pieces of information councillors want to see, I would ask that you please forward it through to Mr. Christie, assuming the referral motion passes. All those in favor of the referral? Opposed? And that's carried. So it will come back on the 14th. We'll move on to item 9.2, Financial Management Services Billing, Parking Service Review. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Christopher. You know what? I'm going to take a 2-minute pause. Let's try and keep it to 5 minutes. We shall call the meeting back to order. We have financial management services billing parking service review. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Christopher Sidler, the Senior Vice President from LEA Consulting Limited, to present.
Am I able to have access to share the screen, please? Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, everyone in attendance. It is my pleasure to come here this evening to speak about a study that we have been undertaking over this last year, speaking about work that we're undertaking for the parking services review. As been introduced, I am the Senior Vice President and the Division Lead for Transportation at Lee Consulting. And over the last 18 years have had the privilege of working and supporting with municipalities, providing strategic parking planning and management solutions across Canada. We've had the opportunity to work in municipalities from Newfoundland, BC, and Nunavut. Being born and raised in St. Catharines myself, and having the opportunity to participate in this study has made it somewhat particularly special. I hope through today we have the ability to take the next step towards realizing parking services for the city that is efficient, accessible, and future ready, really to serve both the short-term needs as well as the long-term vision. As a little bit of a background, the parking study builds upon the past studies done by the city, but it has been a little bit different. Our focus is on really how the parking system is being managed and exploring opportunities to enhance the user experience, improve operational efficiency, and ensure a long-term financial sustainability. In doing so, the review of the parking services was required to ensure that the service delivery is continuing to satisfy the city's objectives for the parking services, including providing parking within an acceptable walking distance for its residents, ensuring that the parking is accessible, safe, and attractive, ensuring that there's sufficient parking to be provided for both the present and future needs, as well as maintaining the parking system in a way that is self-supporting with a minimal cost to the user and without reliance on the general tax base. Our scope itself was to undertake a comprehensive review of the services and operations and make recommendations with respect to the service model and its operational elements. Particularly, this included a review of the facilities and management, the systems integration included for the parking services, as well as the enforcement operations. The review specifically considered opportunities for the city to provide the above within the operational elements, focusing within the downtown as well as the special provision areas. The process that we undertook was a four-phase process where it began with reviewing the existing conditions, really looking at an in-depth review of how parking services at the city is undertaken, including the organizational structure, systems, operation, enforcement elements. The next phase went into the best practices, where we looked at parking services operations at a number of comparable municipalities. Also a focus on how policies, facilities management systems, enforcement, and organizational structure was undertaken within those municipalities. The next phase looked at the service model review, where we undertook a detailed comparison of various different options to be able to provide parking services at the city, including increasing or decreasing the amount of private and contract operators that are involved. The final phase involves stakeholder and public consultation, where we engaged a number of stakeholders and the general public with regard to our proposed recommendations. Over the course of the study, we did identify a number of challenges and opportunities that do exist within the existing parking services. Namely, that the expenses that the parking services has been incurring over the last few years have increased while user payments have stayed relatively constant. This has resulted in a financial unsustainable condition that was anticipated to continue into the future. In addition to this, enforcement has been identified as being inefficient and has a number of limited opportunities for staff to be able to respond to the needs for the enforcement. The city also operates a number of systems which make it very complicated for users to be able to pay for the parking, as well as the back end systems which are relatively incompatible with each other. There's also an element of the fees themselves, which are in a number of instances not reflective of the demand for the parking itself or the market conditions around. We've also heard about wayfinding as being particularly difficult in order for residents and users to be able to find parking within or the available parking within the downtown core. There's also, through the course, a number of the former elements of the parking, specifically the single space parking meters, where we're unable to continue to source previous manufacturing, whether it be the meters themselves or the related parts. And finally, the last challenge is with respect to the organizational structure, where we've identified that it does require a significant amount of coordination between a number of different instances and individuals within the corporation. With respect to opportunities, while there was a number of challenges, there are still a number of opportunities that we do identify within parking services. Particularly, we have identified that the coverage of parking that is provided within the downtown core is relatively strong, and it is located at a good spread across the downtown core area. We've also identified that there is a number of supportive planning policies in place that encourage the use of municipal parking within the areas. There's also a strong demand for the permits that are offered by the municipality for the municipal parking. Finally, there's an element of flexibility that the parking services, as being operated by the municipality, offers to be able to support community initiatives. With respect to public and stakeholder engagement, we met with a number of individuals through the course of the study, including the senior leadership team at the city, the council, and as well as holding meetings with the Downtown Businesses Association, as well as a public meeting. Through the course, we also had 2 surveys, one that was oriented towards the businesses, as well as another one that was oriented more towards the residents. Overall, we had 55 businesses engaged within our survey and over 320 responses from residents. In general, some of the key findings that we received indicated that residents do find that they have difficulties in finding parking spaces within downtown, generally during special events and during the evening periods. Most of the residents, they do prefer to park on street and in surface lots, often indicating that the garages are not their preference. Also, the majority of residents, when they do find parking within the municipal parking, they were able to find parking within a 5-minute walk of their destination. So indicating it is within a relatively close walk to their destination. Overall, the top 3 concerns that were really identified for individuals who are using the municipal parking services indicated a lack of parking availability close to their destination, the cost of parking that is being provided, as well as the convenience of the parking to their destination. Building upon some of the challenges and opportunities and elements that we heard, we have recommended a set of directions to move forward with parking services, really focused around 5 key directions. The first was to focus on identifying the strong opportunity that we have to optimize some of the operations and integrate some of the systems and technologies. This will allow for creating a more connected platform across the permits and the payment systems, opening up an opportunity for enhanced data analytics and that can better improve the user experience, improve the internal coordination, and better support decision-making overall. Second, we do suggest reducing the reliance on manual operations within the service, particularly by automating routine processes from enforcement to reporting. The city can improve the efficiency, reduce errors, allow for staff to focus on more higher value work. The third component, we recommend designing a system that is flexible and future ready, one that can set up to evolve and accommodate the changing travel patterns, integrate new technologies, and really reflect community expectations. This includes having the tools and frameworks in place to both respond both in the short term and the long term transformations. The next component is with respect to utilizing the municipal parking services to continue to support the city's broader needs and priorities. Whether it's from the downtown revitalization, the mode shift in how travel is occurring, as well as access to key community destinations, having parking system that should reinforce the planning and economic goals of the community. And then finally, the city should really look to establish a sustainable fee structure, one that reflects and responds to the actual demand, supporting the reinvestment into the system, and one that remains fair and transparent. Overall, parking pricing can be a very powerful tool for not only managing use, but being able to shape behavior that exists. And overall, these 5 key directions will create a path that is more efficient, responsive, and strategically aligned with the parking system. Some specifics with respect to the recommendations and going into a little bit more detail, but with respect to the parking systems, looking to consolidate some of the back-end back-end providers. Particularly, this is looked to have an impact with respect to the user experience. Will reduce the complications due to the multiple service providers that we have currently, as well as the operational errors that can exist. Overall, with relatively small financial implication to it, we see that this can have a significant impact to not only the user experience, but the overall operations of the service. With respect to technology and facility improvements, this is where we begin to make a recommendation of implementing increased use of a license plate reader technology. This will allow for more automation in the enforcement process, reducing errors in the enforcement, and reducing the overall operating costs in the long run. It is noted that this will have a capital cost that will be incurred, but as I indicated, with a reduction in the operating costs, the capital cost will be able to be recouped in the long term. The next component with respect to technology and facility improvements, including integrating gate controls at both garages. This will improve the compliance and reduce the operating costs also incurred at those garages. The next set of recommendations is with respect to operational improvements, and this includes over the near term looking at replacing contract enforcement officers with in-house enforcement staff. This we feel will allow for an improved performance management as well as the improved control of how enforcement officers are deployed in order to enforce the parking. Through the and incorporating with the technology integration will allow for a reduction in the number of enforcement staff that are required in order to provide the same service. Finally, and the last bit is with respect to the fee structure. There are 3 components with this. The first one is with respect to the special event parking pricing. We are recommending that the event rates be increased to a point that is reflective of the demands, as well as the costs that are incurred in undertaking those operations, ensuring that there is a relationship that is achieved between the two. The next component is a review of the parking permit program. Right now, the parking permit program is operating in the same way that it has its pre-COVID period. And now there is an opportunity to capitalize on opportunities to offer additional permits and review different means and methods by which the permits can capitalize on, for example, how individuals are now working from home. This will allow us to be able to increase the revenue in some of the parking garages. And then finally, over the nearer term, to medium term, to begin to look at the hourly and daily rates that are charged, and to be able to begin to implement a dynamic pricing to better manage the demand that is experienced and the turnover and how it is occurring within the behavior within the parking areas. Overall, this will allow for an increase in revenue as well as a reduced cost to the tax base. And as I conclude and thank everyone for your time, it is important to highlight that these recommendations are not just about improving the service, it's about really ensuring a long-term financial sustainability for the parking services. We're looking at establishing a goal that creates a parking services that is efficient, modern, and financially self-sustaining, that minimizes the cost to the users, as well as reducing the overall burden to the tax base. This recommendation begins to reinforce that the parking can be a strategic asset to the municipality, one that can fund itself, one that can support the broader city initiatives and continue to deliver value for residents and businesses and visitors alike. Overall, we're confident that with the right structure and the strategic initiatives, that the city can achieve a parking system that is fair, flexible, and financially sound, and not only today, but well into the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sidler, for the presentation. Are there any questions? I see Councillor Harris has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's you, Councillor Harris.
I guess to the presenter, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, in our recommendation, it says to single source to G-Techna. Was that your recommendation or was that staff's recommendation?
That is a recommendation from staff.
Oh, from staff. It wasn't from you.
As part of our study, we looked at a number of operators and providers where we've evaluated a number of services that they do provide, and our recommendation is the recommendation to consolidate the service providers in the back end to provide a consistent operator to ensure that there is consistency in the service that is provided across, and be able to minimize the duplication and challenges that does produce.
Well, those were a lot of fancy words. What do you mean by duplication in the back end?
Yeah, so right now, for example, when the enforcement officer needs to write a violation, they have to check a number of databases to see whether the individual has actually purchased a proper permit. So they have to check honk, iPark. They have a number of different databases that they do have to check to see whether or not the person is legally parking. This will either create challenges with whether or not they, first of all, do check all the appropriate databases to confirm that they have appropriately purchased the ticket. And if they don't, then the individual will be given a violation in error. And when they do complain about that, then that creates an extra degree issue as there's a complaint that needs to get validated and reviewed as within the staff system. So by removing the number of databases that are in the back end that are, whether it be for the mobile app or the individual the systems that are being integrated on street, that creates this a better balance to ensure that that is more effectively applied in the long run.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, is our equipment compatible with G-Techna?
So through the mayor, it's my understanding that it is. I would refer that to staff.
I'll wait till after.
Yeah, Councillor, I would say that one's probably best answered by our staff.
I guess the next question I would have is that during the, because I attended the parking review, the little presentation you did, we talked about a special event parking and how perhaps it's more of a transient population that shows up for some of these events, and the idea of raising rates, which I see was a recommendation, or looking at the rates. I guess the other question I have is, in your report, was it within the first year, like maybe gating, using parking, paying display machines, and totally eliminate the actual physical presence of people collecting cash? Was that one of your recommendations?
And I believe that, and through Mayor, the question with respect to special event parking and whether or not we're removing individuals that are collecting the funds during that, that is not a specific recommendation as part of the report. We are not making any specific recommendations about how the special event parking is occurring, just that the rates that are being charged are being done so in reflective of how the operations are occurring, whether or not that is with individuals who are collecting the fees, or whether or not that is in a lack of a more automated means. It's understood that the way that it's currently done and operated, that it does require the staffing to be on place.
And I guess just one last question through the mayor to the presenter. What would your suggestion be for the parking garages? Should we implement gates immediately? Okay, would that be single sourced as well, or would that go out to an RFP?
Through the mayor, yes, it is our recommendation that gates do be implemented on both. You do have it at the Carlisle, but the Ontario Street Garage had its gates removed. We do feel that in doing this, it will reduce or improve the compliance rate while reducing the operating costs of that garage. That can be put out through a request for quotation on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. I've got Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Ratzlaff, and then Councillor Mako. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, this is one big enchilada to try and digest. We'll start out with a couple small questions, and then I'll yield the floor. But for Councillor Mako and I, and he's just getting baptism of fire on residential street parking in Port Dalhousie, where we have vehicles that block people's driveways and they park too close to intersections and cause choke points and cross sidewalks, et cetera. These are usually visitors. The residential parking permit system, I think, has been pretty successful. So the problem we primarily have is about enforcement, and particularly on weekends and after hours when we don't have the concessionaires, the enforcement officers available. So I noticed in your presentation now, you talked about a reduction of enforcement staff because of technology. Is that more about downtown and not about suburban areas?
Currently, the way that enforcement is undertaken, it requires the commissioners to walk the parking areas individually, and they are limited in the amount of area that they can actually cover due to that manual process that they have. By integrating the license plate readers as a technology to support the enforcement, we will be able to minimize the amount of enforcement officers that are required to be able to still manage and cover the same amount of area. So that's where that efficiency that we've noted is would be coming from. So the same amount of enforcement area is and would be covered by it, but we would be reducing it by integrating the technology.
My concern is that and I think it's more than perception, that there's not enough enforcement, particularly on those times when there's not officers available. So that's a bit of a concern I have. And then somewhere in the report, and I lost track of where it was, there was a suggestion that we have sufficient public parking areas, the potential to sell some of these off. Is that a recommendation in here?
So through the mayor, that is a consideration that we have included also within the recommendations, particularly to be able to work with the municipal development agency with how some of the parking assets can be utilized in the future. But that can include as well a replacement of the parking supply as part of that component. So it can work to continue to provide for the supply of parking while being able to open up for an integration and support the development.
The problem that we've had when we've sold properties in the past is that then all of a sudden something comes up and it would be nice to have that property, give us the flexibility. So I have a bit of caution I'd offer as a senior member of this council on selling off such lands. And I'm not sure if we are able as a council to come to a decision tonight on this, just because it's such a big one, and I don't know if it's going to need more time or what the feeling of the rest of council is, but I'm not sure I'm that comfortable in approving it tonight, particularly as Councillor Harris pointed out the single source aspect of it. So, but I'm happy to listen to hear what other people have to say about it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm excited to see if the Municipal Development Corporation can find a way to build housing on top of some of our service lots, because as they are, it'd be great to keep that parking, but add housing and density in those areas. My question, though, is about the resident beach parking pass that we purchase every year, or I do anyways. It can be confusing every year that I purchase my beach parking pass. I wonder if there's a better way to do this, but I'm just curious if you took that into consideration and if that's part of creating more consistency across the system.
And through the mayor, that yes, so as part of it, that the resident beach parking permits was a part of the review, and that is something that through some of the recommendations will help to be able to be simplified in its operations, in how it is integrated within the systems. So as I kind of begin to indicate with the move towards different technology, like a license plate reader technology, the enforcement officers are going to be able to enforce these elements from a plate-specific implementation. Allows for a relatively efficient process in order to ensure whether or not they have valid permits within it. So definitely moving away from whether or not be hang tags as you've had in the past, to moving away from various different databases that they then have to review. So it will create a more efficient process in the operations of that.
Thank you for that. For the user, though, like when the user goes to purchase the ticket, are you recommending changes to that experience?
That experience is something that would be up for consideration, depending on the provider and how you can begin to do it. It would be integrated within the rest of the permit process that the municipality has.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the presenter. Councillor Ratzlaff sort of stole my first question about the beach parking pass. I was thinking about Port Dalhousie because it doesn't apply to Sunset Beach as well. I did have a number of seniors just talk about the complicated aspect of applying online, and I had at least one tell me a story of how she tried multiple times, ended up giving up, driving to City Hall to get her beach pass, and paid $5 to park down here to get her $15 summer parking pass, which made no sense to me. So any way we can advocate for simplifying that application process, I think would be a smart one. My other question, though, was about the Honk mobile app. So while canvassing a couple months ago, I was quite surprised at how many people brought it up to me as a source of angst in terms of the whole process of using it. And it wasn't just seniors, there was young people as well. Not everyone has data plans on their cell phone, so I think technology is absolutely a good thing, but I think we have to be cautious about it being the only choice for parking. It can be a choice.
Councillor Mako, I'm going to jump in. So at this point, we're really just asking the presenter questions.
Okay, then thank you. My question would be, did you receive feedback from the community as part of the stakeholder and community engagement regarding the Honk mobile app? Because I certainly did a few months ago as recent user feedback data. So curious if that came out through the resident feedback.
Through the mayor, yes, it was. It was one of the areas of concern that residents did indicate as part of the survey that we undertaken. That they did indicate that they did find challenges with the Honk user app, but it is something that this isn't a you're not unique. I'll have to say in the situation with Honk, it does have its challenges as well as its benefits that it does provide. Does make the provision of the parking more accessible to a wide variety of people and abilities that may not be able to interact with the units that are set up on the street as well. So it does provide a number of value benefits and values that aren't provided alternatively. So it is not obviously without its challenges, but that is to be considered.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad it came out through the survey.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Harris, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Before we get into the actual report, we will hear a delegation from Cat Dodge from the St. Catharines Downtown Association. So I will now call upon Cat Dodge to speak. So Kat, the lectern's yours. In the new role, you don't need to come back every single meeting to I mean, I realize the practice is good, but.
I've seen the future. I might be here for a bit.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Cisco and councillors and staff for welcoming me back again. I do want to thank the consultants and the staff for doing such a great job at including the St. Catharines Downtown Association in the parking review process, particularly your attendance to our board meeting in June and other engagement efforts. So thank you for that. We understand parking is a citywide issue. I am here today to speak on behalf of the downtown core, and it's to express support for several key aspects of the parking service review and to highlight a few priorities that we would hope to see reflected a little bit more in the implementation process. There was two particular recommendations that our members seem to appreciate the most, and I might have missed them, but I didn't see them in the presentation, so I feel like I'm here for good purpose. A positive parking experience positive parking experience in our downtown is essential to bringing people downtown to shop, live, work, play. The two recommendations that we see above all other recommendations would be to support number 12 and 13, which is support consolidating all the parking services into one department, and then also, of course, under a unified structure. So this must be the foundation. Everything else is built on. We really hope to see a centralized approach that should be treated as the top priority, and that enables greater accountability, better efficiency, and a more consistent customer-focused experience that we hope to see this recommendation prioritized. So we do support modernizing the system through tools like the license plate recognition, real-time data, EV charging, updated gate systems, and investing in the third-party customer service. We believe that that will provide improvements that can cut costs, reduce errors, and ease congestion. But with our diverse visitor base, of course, our aging population and other accessibility issues, we strongly request that there's consideration for an opportunity to have a central accessible customer support hub that can offer in-person service and cash opportunities as well. So though we see that technology is increasing, we would like to see some idea of being able to support that as a possibility, and clear user-friendly communications and education to help people understand how to utilize parking. And unifying the back-end systems and wayfinding and signage, we believe is a great step. We also encourage the city to continue to explore creative parking initiatives and incentives. As noted in the report, municipalities such as Welland, Fort Erie, Waterloo, and Cambridge offer 1 to 3 hour free parking. We'd be eager to work closely with the city and piloting similar approaches. That includes if we're able to work together to provide bundled promotions and different incentives to attract more visitors into the core. So call me later. We support flexible event parking, but we would appreciate clarity on what might define special event. We also think it's a great opportunity to look at creative solutions, exploring premium options, strategies that support both access revenue without necessarily discouraging attendance. And with that, we also echo the recommendation on building bigger permit systems, that making them easier to use, competitively priced, tailored to the variety of people using our downtown, not just residents, employees, but specialty groups, trades, and of course our seniors. And a well-designed permit system we think can help reinforce long-term investment in the core. We believe that ensuring parking spaces are clean, safe, functional, and maintained season-wide should also be heavily included into our recommendations. On enforcement, we do support bringing officers in-house, and we recognize how much city staff are already managing, so we encourage investment in our staffing to ensure that our amazing teams can effectively maintain a safe, professional, and positive parking experience and increase their efforts across the city. One that doesn't rest solely on the downtown, but can also support a broader citywide approach that could reduce overall reliance on downtown for cost recovery and help shape a stronger overall parking reputation across the city of St. Catharines. And then lastly, we'd be amiss to shout out our excitement at potential development opportunities on offloaded service lots, just so long, of course, as any future transitions would be aligned with parking needs for anticipated residents and commercial growth. So in closing, the SCDA is encouraged by many of the recommendations in the report. The recommendations we believe that should be built upon a strong, consolidated parking system with a centralized leadership and customer-first focus. And we're confident that there's many creative solutions and partnerships to help bring this vision to life. We have actually started a downtown parking advisory group. It's full of passionate visionaries, so please continue to keep us at the table, and we look forward to working with the city as these recommendations move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dodge, for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I'm just wondering, have any of your members mentioned anything about cash payment for parking? I know my father is one who complains about the Honk app, that he can't pay cash for parking. I've heard a few of my regional colleagues, I won't name them, but I've heard about the lack of cash payment. I'm just wondering, have any of your members or business owners mentioned anything about cash payment for parking? Because the Honk app, to Councillor Mako's point, it's not necessarily accessible for people like my father who doesn't shockingly have a cell phone. So I'm wondering if that was brought up.
Yeah, we absolutely hear comments about payment in the downtown, about cash options and various options and it being difficult to utilize. It's something we hear frequent. It's one of the things we look forward to is supporting everything coming onto one system. I think from the members in our advocacy for parking, we understand that
things have to evolve and things might change, but we really believe that we can support that with stronger education initiatives. And I do think that we would want to see some location in City Hall, perhaps, where residents would be able to be guided to come and have an opportunity to purchase with cash a permit, or there was a service that considered people that wouldn't be able to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Kat. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. When it comes to free parking, because I know that that is something business owners have talked about, would you see it, when you talk about, you know, promotional kinds of things, would you see that it would be tied to perhaps, you know, purchasing things in the downtown or visiting a restaurant? Like just the idea of just giving free parking seems, you know, backward, but it's not great. Trust me. But would you see it as something that's tied to making purchases or visiting our businesses and that sort of thing? Is that what you're
Definitely.
kind of? Okay.
That's a great question. I mean, if we could have free parking, we'll take it.
Right.
And we'd love to see what other municipalities have been doing for their free parking, but I think the Downtown Association is very interested in assisting with creating opportunities for free parking, and whether that's developing a promotion, supporting it with our own future planning with how we're intending to spend our budget. I think there's opportunity for us to work together, and there's certainly a lot of creative ideas that we'd be able to come up with.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, any of your business owners or through their customers have complained about signage or lack of signage where it was hard to know that you had to park or whatever? Have you experienced that?
Yes, many times.
I just had friends from Toronto come down and got a ticket because they didn't see any meters and they didn't see any signs, so they got a parking ticket the other day too. And they came right to my house and complained about it, so I was just wondering if you've heard that from other people as well. And I hope if she's listening out there, see. So anyways, thank you for that.
We, just being in our location and having so many people come and visit the downtown, we do have the benefit of having many years of experience of hearing feedback from people parking, which I'm sure echoes many of the things you guys have all heard as well. Signage is certainly something that comes up often, but from the recommendations and the updates to the wayfinding, it does look like there's a potential resolution to work on that and increase that, and we're happy to work, of course, with the city to make sure that that is something that satisfies people parking.
Thank you for that.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, thank you, Ms. Dodge, for the presentation. I was making a joke about you presenting so much in the last couple of meetings. I will say, when I first got onto council, the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce was here so often with a former mayor as the CEO that I actually got to the point where his policy person would get up and speak, and I could mouth the words he was saying as he said them, because the first 3 paragraphs of every speech were identical. The Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce is a member-driven organization with over 1,800 businesses across the city of St. Catharines and Thorold. It's still stuck in my brain, so you're good so far. No, I'm just saying that it's good to come up with a tagline of a couple of sentences. Anyways, thank you very much. Thank you. Can I get a motion to move the to receive the delegation? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. So we move to the main motion. Can I have a councillor to put the main recommendation on the floor? I have Councillor Harris and I have Councillor Mako had his hand up to second it. Before we get into it, I will look to Ms. Douglas just to give us a little bit of information with respect to the RFP possibility.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council. So before you this evening, the consultant has provided 17 recommendations for improvements in the city's parking operations. And staff have provided a proposed implementation timeline which focuses on the ease of delivery and enhancing the customer experience. With the majority of cities' parking technology support systems being extremely outdated, with some over 20 years old, there is a desire to move forward with urgency to modernize these systems, similar to what is occurring in other areas of the corporation, and to meet Council's strategic plan direction to modernize processes and systems. Staff's recommendation to award The complete parking e-ticket solution to GTECHNA allows the momentum of the parking services review to continue expeditiously. However, staff understand that council may want an RFP process to ensure all options are fully explored. Staff is more than comfortable with this approach. Also, as indicated by Mr. Sindler from LEA Consultants, the full survey results were included in the councillor's package, and there are a number of free-form responses that will be factored in by city staff as we move through implementing the recommendations. Staff will report back to council on the success of the various recommendations, including any business plans relating to the overall structure and operations of parking services. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my opening comments.
Okay, so Councillor Harris, the motion is yours, and you are the first speaker, so.
I can't see it.
So yes, I thank you for raising that in your own special manner. Clearly we are having a problem with the projector. We're not going to be able to project anything onto the screen at this point. As you can see, no hard drive is detected, which can't be a good thing. So if we are making amendments to the motion, I'm going to suggest the old-fashioned way, maybe take some notes as we go because we don't have a screen to display it on.
What I was going to do is project an amendment to RFP, not to a single source.
So what Councillor Harris's amendment would be, the first clause in the recommendation would stay the same. The second clause would read, the council directs staff to issue an RFP for the e-ticketing solution. Okay, that's Councillor Harris's motion. Who was the seconder on this? Councillor
Mako.
Was it Councillor Mako, or is that friendly, Councillor?
Yes.
Okay, so the recommendation now reads that we endorse the recommendations that are identified by LEA Consulting and attached as Appendix 1, and that council directs staff to issue an RFP for the e-ticketing solution. So is everybody clear on what the motion says right now? Perfect. Okay. I do have a speakers list, but Councillor Harris, you still have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess my next question is, who ultimately is in charge of the whole thing to make sure this actually happens? Is it the CAO? Is it the deputy CAO? Who does it fall under?
At the end of the day, I believe it's always the CAO, but I'll look to the CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, part of the recommendation is to consolidate. Right now, it's multifaceted. It's across a whole variety of departments. But from your standpoint and what you're asking, ultimately, it would come down to myself, but in consideration with all of our senior team.
So I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, if we endorse this, are you going to have to keep coming back to say, now we're going to put in, like gates, or you're just actually going to do it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, essentially what we would do is any of the large pieces of the implementation program would come back to council. Any of the small details, the arms and different things with to be included in the RFP and some of those other elements, staff would sort of handle that internally, but any of the big decisions obviously are going to come back to council.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess my next question is, part of this whole process, are we going to look for the provider to perhaps maintain and service the equipment? Because I believe we might be changing paper and doing those type of things. I guess maybe I could ask, is Brian Appleby on, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe staff online are having technical issues right now, so I'll answer the question. We do have service contracts for our pay and display machines with the provider. Our staff do some of the smaller maintenance items like replacing paper in the machines and things like that. However, the larger maintenance items, we do have a service agreement per machine for all of our pay and displays.
I guess because the reason I'm asked is because one time we actually went for a tour of the service provider, and they could call up our machines, and there was about 4 that are offline that I guess we maintain and change paper at any one time. So I just wondering if that's changed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the implementation of the last service contract with the provider, we have tried to improve some of that service, and they are maintaining some of our machines. But they would know if our machines are out of paper, there's an error that's sent, they would know that. But that function there, because it is a regular maintenance item that needs to occur, our staff are taking care of that function specifically.
Okay, so that would be something we'd look at to probably, because it doesn't really make sense if they're monitoring it and then we're sending out someone to go change paper, right? Doesn't really.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, yeah. So basically, what we're trying to do is make a system that's efficient, effective, and can actually manage the process in a way that works both from our side, but more importantly, from the user side.
Okay, and I guess, like I asked the consultant the question about the, special event and collecting cash and stuff, but they didn't really talk about what they would suggest doing. Maybe I'll just actually direct this through the mayor directly to the CAO about, special event parking, people collecting cash when we have a pay and display machine right behind them. I'm just wondering if we're going to look at that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Agree. We don't want to have staff be put in or any whether they're city employees or contract employees be put in that position. So part of the solutions that we're looking at would be to find better ways to do that, which would be included. I don't know if there's any additional information to add.
No? Okay, I guess my next question through you, Mr. Mayor, to maybe the Director of Engineering and Facilities and Environmental Services. This G-Techna, like I know we're gonna do an RFP, or hopefully council will support me in doing an RFP. Is our equipment compatible? Like, or do we have to spend a lot of money, or do we have to get new equipment? And how much does it cost to outsource or outfit every vehicle? Is it 60,000 or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, I will pass that on to either FMS or PBS. I know that G-Techna is something that is currently used by our bylaw for other enforcement activities and is therefore being being looked at also for the parking systems, but they would have more of that information.
So who is that here? Oh, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with the G-Techna solution that was recommended, the services that they would be able to provide to the city, it would be able to be accommodated within our existing parking services budget. So part of that reason is that the majority or all of our parking software contracts are up for renewal, and we're just on a month-to-month agreement with our providers. And as well, the solution from G-Techna, it does include the purchase of some license plate recognition scanners to go into vehicles, and they have the technology that supports that.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Finance. I think I saw it in the report. How many were we thinking of buying? Because what was it, $60,000 per vehicle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with regards to the specific costing, there is information in the consultant's report with their estimated costs. With regards to any specific information with regards to the G-Techna solution, as we're being directed to move forward with an RFP, I want to be respectful that we're not compromising any of the provider's ability to compete competitively in the process. So if that's.
Okay, I guess my next question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Finance. This RFP would just be that one aspect, or would we include other things like gating and all that kind of stuff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, at this point in time, we would look in the RFP for the provider to provide solutions, and we could put various options that the provider could provide to us. However, at this time, we don't have capital dollars available for us to be able to replace the gates. So in order to do an RFP for the gates, we would have to get council's approval and the budget funds. So if we get a solution, we'll come back to council and ask for those funds, or alternatively, it would be a phased approach where we would move forward with the back-end solution, and then the gating would be a subsequent implementation.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry to dominate all the time, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess to the Director of Financial Management Services. There was some mention of EV chargers, or maybe this would be better for the Director of Engineering and Facilities Environmental services. How many EV chargers did we actually just get installed last year? Was it 15 that we got through Electra?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the council, I don't have the specific numbers, but it was in and around that number of EV chargers through various sites in the city.
Okay, I guess my question would be, how many are we looking at, or what's the game plan about these EV chargers? Is that an RFP that's going to go out too, or?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the EV chargers that we currently have are, we have an agreement with Electra for them to operate and maintain them. That infrastructure is theirs, and we're in a long-term agreement with Electra for those EV chargers.
Okay, so are we looking for many more, or is that, because that was one of the recommendations, like is that going out to RFP? Like what was the purpose of that recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, as the demands increase, we will be looking at additional EV chargers. We would prefer to continue to work with Electra if that possibility exists for expanding that infrastructure. If not, we will have to look at alternative means for supplying electric vehicle charging and how the city could operate and maintain those.
Okay, I just have one more question, but I'm not sure if Brian Appleby's online. I was just wondering if we still have some single head parking meters? Can anybody answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, no, we do not have any more.
They've all been finally removed?
Yes.
Because I just remember the last RFP we put out, we actually spec'd 400 and something, but we never did them because they were out of date, right?
That's correct.
Technology was obsolete. by the
Because
time we
they
did
don't
that.
exist anymore.
Well, but we put it out only like 4 years ago. So I'm just, one last question, and this is through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. So when can we expect results? Like, I need results, because I've only been talking about this for like 8 years, so.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The intent is to expedite this as quickly as possible. RFPs would take, putting the specs together. I would assume we're a few months down the road. Implementation would be sometime in late this year into, early 25. So hopefully we'd start to see some improvements in early 2025. 26, sorry.
And what is your vision, I guess, through you, Mr. Mayor? Like, we talked about like all one kind of like parking type of situation, like instead of multiple departments being involved?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's a big piece of the project that we still have to internally look at what the best structure looks like in terms of which department would actually take the full accountability ownership of the parking system. Right now, it's, like I said, it's across a variety of departments, and we want to be able to have a single point of control to be able to manage accountability and at the same time make sure the system is working for the corporation and for the users.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be, like, when do you think these things will come back where you'll report that we're starting to do these things?
So again,
I'm not holding you to it, just like, it's great to say those things, I just want to,
Thank you. So I understand the question. So the RFP is going to go out this year. The structure will be part of our 2026 discussions, whether it will most likely be a 2027 implementation.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
For clarity, Councillor, you said this will be my final question 4 times. It's true. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly a tough act to follow up, but through you, my question is there the opportunity to have staff consider the option to have cash payment? I'm not sure if this goes to the CAO or to maybe Director of Finance. I mean, I understand the safety concerns about handling the cash and that sort of thing, but is there, I know the City of Toronto Green Pea Parking, they accept cash. They seem to have a system where you pay in the machine, but is that something that we can consider? I know we've moved away from it, but I have had a lot of individuals ask and how they can pay cash.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the pay and display machines do have the ability to accept coins, so cash. It's either coins or credit.
So it's coins only, and you can't put like a a bill in it. It has to be, you have to carry a bag of toonies around with you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councilor, I believe that's the case with our current machines.
So through you, Chair, to staff, is there an option where we can look into having a modern machine that accepts cash specific to bills rather than change only?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councilor, as we progress with our technology, we can definitely look into that. In order to use things like the license plate recognizers, we do have to make upgrades to our machines, so there might be the option of also upgrading for cash, but it's something we'll have to investigate with our current provider.
Thank you. I guess I just want to, have the opportunity for people to pay cash. Maybe it's an option where they come and buy a daily parking pass at City Hall. But I do believe that we do have to allow for those who aren't up to date on technologies and still are paying with cash, the ability to pay for their parking. So I do hope that staff take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you.
You were on. We definitely caught your question about using doubloons.
I'm in trouble.
I think it's an episode of the Goonies.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Management Services, probably is very few people that understand the ins and outs of the purchasing system of municipal government in Ontario. As our director, and I know that she would have been aware that this would put up a red flag if we went to a single source. So there's got to be probably pretty good explanation as to why this is the recommendation. Is there other suppliers that can comprehensively do what this provider can do? Are they above and beyond what other suppliers can do for us? Are they like the Microsoft in 1998 or something?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the staff have made the recommendation to proceed with GTECHNA for a couple of reasons. One is that we have recently implemented, or in the final implementation stages of using GTECHNA for our municipal bylaw and enforcement. Through that process, we used what is called Sourcewell Canoe, and that is a nonprofit organization that completes RFP processes in the same manner as the city does. And what they do is they do an RFP call and they award contracts. And the objective of using that source is it saves municipalities like ourselves the effort of completing the entire RFP process, and they complete a listing. And currently for their RFP that they put out for parking services, there are 4 companies that are available in Canada that can provide parking services. So that was 2 of the reasons why the city made this recommendation. And also, GTECHNA is a company that has full end-to-end services. There's not a lot of parking providers on the technology end that is able to handle our AMPS process, and that is the process that we have with regards to, instead of going previously through the POA systems, we are able to go through the hearing officer. So they have built their system in that manner, and there are a number of municipalities that use it. Niagara Falls has implemented, the City of Ottawa has just went with it, I believe Kingston, as well as London and Oshawa. So for those reasons, those were why city staff thought it was appropriate to make that recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Building on Councillor Townsend's point about having a choice, I think I just wanted to be clear on my initial rant on Honk Mobile. I'm not against it being an option. I just concerned when it's the only option. So I think my position, my request would be that there would always be choice and that Honk wouldn't be the default only choice for residents to park in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, so seeing no further questions or comments, as a reminder to council, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering what the cost of these 17 recommendations are going to cost.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodge, the consultant did provide cost estimates within the report. I don't have the total amount at my fingertips here, but if you give me a moment, I can pull it up. But there was, I will just say before I look at the actual dollar figure, the objective would be to look at accommodating as much as we can within our existing parking budget. With regards to, like we spoke about the software systems, we would be looking at trying to fit the solution within what we currently have in the budget. With regards to moving to in-house enforcement, we have a budget with contracted services, so we would look at trying to fit any in-house services within the existing budget. Some of the larger ticket items with regards to maybe some of the more vast updates to our parking meters, gate controls, those type, wayfinding, those types of things. Those would be items that would be part of future capital budgets because we don't currently have those dollars set up. So those items will be coming to council, and we did lay out the implementation plan, like in the next 1 year, the 1 to 2, and the 2 to 5 year time frame, just to allow us to manage the way to bring some of these on. And with regards to, the software, fixing that, those back-end systems and making everything speak together allows us to have a full operation parking system, and that the experience by the customer in-house here within the city, that it all operates effectively.
So I just have some issues with, we're kind of saying, okay, we're moving forward with this, but we don't know how much it's going to cost us, and over time it's going to cost whatever. So what happens at the end of the day? We move forward with this, and it's so cost inefficient that maybe it's not even worth charging people for parking, because we're just paying money out to maintain the systems and do all the things that we need to do just to have parking.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, as I have indicated in my opening comments with regards to the city's systems, they're like 20 years old, and if we don't move forward, we're not really going to be able to stay in the parking business. So I think it's, although I don't have the costing information here at my fingertips to show you, but it is something that does need to be done in a phased approach, and I think that balances the needs of the system and with the affordability factor as well.
I'm going to jump in just for a second. The one thing I will add, Councillor, because it's an interesting comment. You said, it might get to a point where it makes more sense not to charge for parking. The reality is, if we didn't charge for parking, there would be no parking turnover. Like, not charging for parking wouldn't make it easier for people to find a spot in downtown. It would make it impossible. Not charging for parking in a variety of the areas where we charge for parking, by not having a parking charge, nobody will ever park there again, because people will identify spots, they'll get themselves in there, and they will not move. We've had this problem where, and it happens every year in December in the downtown, where we will waive the parking fees for multiple hours. And one of the things that we found when I was a downtown councillor was we'd have business owners take up all the parking spots in front of their business, and they'd park there all day long. So I do understand your concern, but I think we have to charge for what is essentially, you're renting public space. There has to be a charge for it. I think Ms. Douglas's point is that the system that we have right now, in the long term, will continue to cost us more and more money, and it's not responding to the changes that have begun and have been going on for a number of years. And Councillor Harris, I think, has done a good job of highlighting, like, we have some serious inefficiencies in the way the program exists that need to be rectified. And I'm not sure if maybe I gave Ms. Douglas enough time to find what she was looking for.
What did you say? Oh.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The consultant has indicated in their report that there is about 110,000 known costs, and the other amounts are estimated to be low or in the medium range, and dependent on the solution that the city goes with.
Thank you.
So I think, I will say, I think as we go through this process, we're going to discover what the costs of the solutions are, and in some cases, council may opt not to. There are no more speakers, and I was actually going to raise something at this point. So recommendations 15, 16, and 17 have to do with updating special event parking pricing, reviewing the parking permit program, reviewing the hourly and daily parking rates. Now, Councilor Harris asked the question about, like, do we have to wait for everything to come back to council? Will you change out a gate? Do we have to? I appreciate the CAO's answer that no, obviously the smaller things like those can be taken care of as a matter of due course. But with those particular three, can I expect that we're going to get a report back on recommendations 15, 16, and 17 as they're done in the fullness of time? Because there's been a lot of conversation with respect to parking permits in the city of St. Catharines. We have had some of our loudest and longest debates at this council over the last 15 years have had to do with the hourly parking rates in the downtown. So should I assume that, would I be correct in assuming that 15, 16, and 17 will be the subject of future reports that will come back to council? And I'm not sure if this is Ms. Douglas or the CAO. Ms. Douglas?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, definitely anything to do with rates would be coming back in front of council for their consideration and discussion.
Okay, so I'm just, for full clarity, just a yes or no. 15, 16, and 17 will come back to council? Because I'm not prepared to vote in favor of this recommendation if it means decisions are made and they don't come back.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. With that, and no other questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the amended motion, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. The council endorses the recommendations that are identified by LEA Consulting Limited in the report as attached in Appendix 1, and that council directs staff to issue an RFP for an e-ticketing solution. And I'll look to the clerk at this time to call the roll.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Clarification, so that's not the staff recommendation. So if we want to support the staff recommendation, we would vote this down.
So the councilor amended the second clause of the motion.
So now we're going out for an RFP, which is contrary to, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilor, yeah, you have the prerogative to split. Would you like the motion split? Yes. Okay, so we'll split the motion. So the first vote will be on endorsing the recommendations that are contained, that are identified by LEA Consulting.
So Councillor Harris?
Oh, yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff? No. Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
Okay, the second vote will now be on directing staff to issue an RFP for the e-ticketing solution. And just because it may come up, the alternative then would be the original recommendation to sole source it to GTECHNA. Okay, so we're voting on RFPing at this time. Yes means that you want to see an RFP. To the clerk.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
No.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.4, which was pulled from consent. This is Legal and Clerk Services Office of the City Clerk updates to the bylaw to manage and regulate election signs. Councillor Phillips, are you moving this one?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councillor Phillips is moving it, and who is seconding this one?
Councillor Kushner.
Councillor Kushner is seconding this one. So we can't put it up on the screen. There is an amended motion. The council approved the amendments to the existing bylaw to manage and regulate election signs attached as Appendix 1. The amendment is, and that Section 4.1 be amended to the following. 4.1, no person shall place or permit an election sign to be placed more than 45 days before voting day. The bylaw as it currently reads says 30 days. So Councillor Phillips is asking for an amendment that would change that to 45. For clarity, and for those who are going to ask the question, this would align the city of St. Catharines with the other Niagara area municipalities who have recently changed their bylaw to 45. We were a little bit more aggressive with our bylaw and we went to 30 days. Councillor Phillips is asking that we go to 45 in alignment with everybody else. So, Councillor, can I just ask you to turn your mic off for a moment? Just need to turn off voting mode. And then in a moment, I will let you speak to your amended motion. All right, go ahead and click your button. All right, you have the floor, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Hopefully this won't take as long as the previous two. Just very simply, 45 days gives everybody more time to basically plant their signs. If it's only 30 days, it's a very short window, especially for mayoralty candidates or regional candidates who are having to canvass the whole city. If you do the old style of campaigning, like knocking on doors, and then all of a sudden you have to put up signs afterwards, 30 days just doesn't give you enough time to do it. So 45 days, that basically takes from Labor Day until the time of the election, as it presently is being. So I don't think we should change that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. It's not very often that I disagree with my colleague, Deputy Mayor Phillips. I was quite happy with the staff recommendation when they did bring it back for 30 days, aligning similar to what the provincial and federal elections look like. So I won't be supporting the amendment. I do believe 30 days is more than enough to have your signs out. You know, during the last two campaigns that I did run, a lot of people did take note and say the signs, you know, 60 days, I believe it was previous. It's just a lot of time to have the signs out on lawns. So I'm going to stick with I'm going to be supporting 30 days. I think it was plenty of time. And I think the by-election that just was in Port Dalhousie, I think it was also 30 days. So, and I think it was great. People were happy with it. It was more than enough time to see the by-election candidate signs within Port Dalhousie. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend, I'm just going to ask then, because there's two clauses to this. The first one is making some housekeeping amendments to the bylaw. The second clause is the new one that changes it to 45 days. Would you want to see the motion split so that we can vote on them separately? Okay, so we'll have the motion split at the appropriate time. Councillor Kushner.
Yeah, which portion are we voting on first?
So we'll be voting on the housekeeping amendments first, and then we'll be voting on the 45 days second.
Thank you. I have a clarification. If I have a commercial building which is not near a road, how many signs can I put on that building?
0.
So commercial can have no signs whatsoever?
That's correct. During the provincial, the federal, and the by-election, there were no signs on commercial properties, only on residentially zoned properties, or mixed zoned.
Okay, I do have a concern about that. I know one business in town that has a fence on their on the outside, and they put in about 610, and that creates a lot of interest. It's not an eyesore to people traveling on the streets, whatever, but it does create interest in the election.
So, Councillor, businesses would have the ability to put up in their windows. That's okay. But the discussion that we had when we passed the bylaw originally was that exterior signs wouldn't be allowed on commercial or industrial properties.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for some clarification while we're talking about signs and bylaws. In the federal election, all three parties, their campaign offices were fined for having signs in the window.
So
But it
that's-
is a campaign office.
That's one of the amendments that has been
Okay.
made.
Just wanna be
Because it was raised,
clear.
and it's a, for those of us, if you've ever had to have a campaign office,
Yes.
there is a safety issue. So you have to be able to put something in the windows to be able to block, because you have volunteers there late at night, working late into the evening. So it does become a safety issue, and that was flagged for us, and that's one of the reasons why the housekeeping amendment, because that was an unintended consequence of the original bylaw. So that is one of the housekeeping amendments. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you. My question is just a clarification. When we're talking about commercial properties and whatnot, you know how like during the election, if they have like a green space out front, there's like, 500 signs along there? No more of that sort of thing? Oh, okay.
And I will say, there were some naysayers before we passed this bylaw, but I will tell you, we got a lot of compliments during the federal, provincial, and by-election campaigns about how much more controlled the sign situation was this past election season. One I hope we never have to go through again with that volume of elections. All right, Councillor Stevens.
I guess I'll just ask again or whatever. As Councillor Kushner alluded to, was of no commercial property, and I think myself and Council Townsend voted not to do that as well, because we have so much industrial and commercial property in our ward, like, that's where all the signs go. So I imagine it's not a friendly amendment, but to allow one on a commercial property, I would like to see that, because, you're having one, so. Without it, it's hindering. Well, why extend it then if we can't even put signs up in certain places either like that, so.
Okay, so Councillor Phillips, so the request has been an amendment to allow for, can we open up Councillor Phillips's microphone?
Sorry.
So is that?
No.
No, thank you. So Councillor, are you looking to, okay. So there's an amendment on the floor to allow a sign on commercial and industrial property. If there's no discussion, we can look to the clerk to call the roll. That is why we changed it, yes. All right, so seeing no discussion, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. Do we have a Councillor Townsend seconding it?
Okay. Counselor Stevens,
Yes?
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
No, we changed.
This
Councillor, this is to allow signs on commercial and industrial properties.
Yeah, no.
That's recorded as a no.
Counselor Dodge,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Kushner,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Mako,
No.
Counselor McPherson,
No.
Counselor Miller,
No.
Counselor Phillips,
Nope.
Counselor Ratzlaff, and Mayor Cisco,
No.
and that's lost.
All right, so we return to the main motion. If there are no other questions or comments, we are splitting the motion in two. So the first vote will be to approve the housekeeping amendments. The second vote will be to approve 45 days from 30 days. So I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the housekeeping amendments.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Mako,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yeah.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried.
And on the amendment that signs only be allowed 45 days from voting day, a change from 30. And I look to the clerk to call the roll one more time.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner, Counselor Dodge, Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Mako.
No.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
No.
Counselor Stevens.
No.
Counselor Townsend.
No.
Counselor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Cisco.
So actually, it doesn't matter how I vote at this point.
It's going to be.
Counselor, I'm going to vote yes. Counselor Phillips convinced me today that it might be an incumbency advantage if he didn't give the extra days, but it's a 6-6 tie, so it's lost on the tie, so that doesn't go through. It doesn't go through. Counselor Ratzlaff might have voted against, that's true, so. So that fails?
Yes.
Okay, so the 45 days does fail. Now I know what Chair Bradley feels like when we're sitting there and he's got to vote the ties. It's terrible. All right, we move on now to item 10.1, the renaming of a park. Prior to discussing the motion, we'll hear delegations. I will first call upon Thomas Dorcott to speak.
Is the speaker on? Yes. My name is Thomas Dorcott. I've been a resident of St. Catharines, a lifelong resident for 32 years. I'm a settler on the lands, as our acknowledgement recognized, on the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, the Arawandarack, and the Mississauga Credit Nations. And I'm here today to express my opposition to the renaming of the park to Jim Bradley, in all due respect. My mother's side of the family first arrived in St. Catharines in the mid-1960s. My father's arrived in the 1970s. Over the course of that time, the majority of my family's existence in Canada, Jim Bradley has been an elected official in St. Catharines of various capacities. Firstly, as a member of provincial parliament through several Liberal administrations and shortly in the opposition, as well as now the regional chair. I would like to express my opposition for, firstly, I think that it's inappropriate for locations to be named after sitting elected officials. They still have an ongoing legacy that is not yet completed. I think it'd be more appropriate to name locations after councillors or other political officials once they've either retired or exit out of politics. I don't think that it should be the position of council or of other political institutions to necessarily endorse elected officials. I think there's a conflict of interest there. Following that, I think that the decision to rename the park after Jim Bradley, while I acknowledge the points made in the motion regarding the contributions he made to St. Catharines and the Niagara region as a whole, I wouldn't necessarily contest any of the ones he listed, but I think that it could be considered divisive to certain members of our community. Recently, as regional chair, Jim Bradley decided to unilaterally light up the regional building in the lights in the colors of the state of Israel, blue and white, in support for the October 7th attacks. That in and of itself might not be an issue for the community as a whole, but afterwards there was a political controversy in which he decided not to extend that benefit to the Palestinian people who are currently experiencing a genocide, occupation, and a conflict that is spiraling into a regional conflict today by the state, which was endorsed by, or not endorsed per se, but the state whose colors the Niagara Regional Building were lit up in. Furthermore, I understand that it took many years for Richard Pierpoint Park to be named after a prominent black member of our community. It required Rochelle Bush many years in public consultation in order to name the park after that. There needed to be a justification for it and a consultation with the public. I think following that logic, that if you were to proceed in changing the name of the Grantham Park to Jim Bradley, you ought to follow the existing policy rather than suspending it and participate in a public consultation. See if the community as a whole, not necessarily the people that support Jim Bradley, do consent to the renaming of the park. Furthermore, over the weekend, I believe it was National Indigenous Peoples Day, I believe, and you raised the flags on the property, but the Niagara Regional Native Center didn't show up this year for that. and they cited that a lack of consultation with them in regards to the encampment bylaw that was passed a couple months ago. Following that logic, I would say to the council, as a way to gain my support for the process of renaming the party, there's two options that I think that the community might be amenable to. First would be following the existing policy to have public consultation to see if the community as a whole supports Jim Bradley, to let the voices of anybody who might be in opposition to it have the time to organize and present their position. And after that, have a democratic decision where we choose, as a community as a whole, not just the council, to rename the park. In addition to that, I didn't consult anybody, but maybe when we're looking to rename locations, and especially locations associated with land in St. Catharines and the Niagara region, in the spirit of reconciliation and in the spirit of the land acknowledgement that you opened this session with, maybe you should reach out to the Indigenous nations and see whether they have any input, A, into the name in and of itself, or B, if they might be interested in restoring an ancestral name to the land, or creating a new one to honor a spirit of reconciliation between settlers and Indigenous nations. You could reach out to the Niagara Regional Native Center to have that sort of a discussion to see if they might be interested in that, or you could speak to the community of the whole of the nations whose land we are on. In conclusion, I would just like to say that I am opposed to this renaming of the park, specifically for that reason. I think that the council ought to either have an extended public consultation in the changing of the name, or to seek the input from the Indigenous community for renaming landmarks on their land.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. This has come up. Recently, we just named a park in St. Catharines after a councillor. Did you want to make any comments about that?
I wasn't aware of that. I believe it was you, Councillor Kushner, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that process. So was it one that didn't involve public consultation?
No, didn't.
In all due respect, I have nothing personally against you, Councillor Kushner, but I do believe that when it comes to naming public land, you ought to have a consultation with the public, regardless of who the individual might be, right? Maybe they are regarded as a member of the community who's contributed many positive things, right? Yeah. But nobody is purely good or purely evil. We ought to have that discussion with the community and involve the entire democratic process, not just the ones that are in this room, but those that might be beyond it as well.
I guess my next question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. So we talk about parks and stuff. Does it also apply to roads and different things like that too?
I think when it comes to parks in particular, I think in lines with the question, the Indigenous notion, that that is very much land in the literal sense of the term. So I think it's especially prescient to have consultations with Indigenous nations, but also with the public. I think too with roads, potentially, there ought to be input into it. I know many roads are named after historical communities in St. Catharines or historical figures and the like, and I think that it would be beneficial in the spirit of inclusion, spirit of democratic process to perhaps have public consultations regarding that as well.
Okay.
Councillor, are you done?
Oh, yeah.
I need you to turn the mic on.
Oh, sorry.
Now we have a speakers list. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Dorcott. Mr. Dorcott, you make the statement that you don't believe that people should be recognized until after they're passed. I don't quite get that logic because they don't get to receive the positive feedback, receive the message of gratitude in their mortal life. So I just wonder if you could explain why you think we should wait till after a person has passed away before they get acknowledged.
Sorry, I'd clarify my position. I don't necessarily need to be a posthumous recognition of them. I just mean that once they're no longer in an elected capacity, right? They're no longer in an elected office at a minimum, right? So there's no conflict of interest. You're not saying that you fully endorse, right? And that person can focus on continuing to do that positive work, right? I mean, I do recognize the need to recognize people who have contributed to the community, right? But I think it's important that we make sure that legacy is complete and we're able to have a full picture of the person before we do so. So I don't wish to say that we have to wait until they passed away.
Fair enough. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Would this be more amenable to you that it's rather than just totally name the park after Mr. Bradley, that it would be called like the Grantham Jim Bradley Park sort of thing. So it's just adding to the name that's already existing.
Part of my opposition to it is the unilateral decision to light up the Niagara Regional Council in the colors of the Israeli state, but then refusing to do so for Palestine and saying that it's not the position of regional council to take international positions on international issues when it previously had. So I'm speaking to that not necessarily in opposition to Jim Bradley in and of himself, but specifically to raise awareness of that issue in conjunction with having public consultation on figures. I think that I can't speak and say unilaterally, I think, yeah, we should just go through with it based on that. I think that we need to have that public consultation involving all members of the community in doing so. I can't speak on behalf of all of them, but I can speak that my individual opposition is specifically over that issue. And the fact that many members of the community who I am friends with, have been family with, or coworkers with, do feel alienated from that decision. Not necessarily lighting it up in the colors of the Israeli state, but the refusal to do so in the lights of Palestine after so much suffering to those people and those related to them in our community, who make up a sizable member of, they make a sizable portion of our community, and it affects us deeply.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Miller and Councillor McPherson, thank you. Up next, thank you, Mr. Dorcott. Up next, and I'm not sure if this is possible, but I have Saleh Wazaruddin as the next speaker, but the technical issues may be preventing that, so we're going to see if that's possible. Are we able to get the sound into the room? Okay. So we're just waiting to see if we can get some audio so that we can hear. So can we open up Councillor Miller's microphone so we can?
Just in light of the technical difficulties, I know we already lost Councillor Ratzlaff. Could we defer this? Because I know there was another speaker I was looking to add who also can't seem to
Motion to defer, non-debatable. All those in favor of deferring? Opposed? So the motion to defer fails. All right, I don't think we're going to be able to hear from Mr. Wazaruddin. So we will move on to the motion. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Dodge and Councillor Phillips. There has been one amendment to the motion as it was listed in the package, and that is that it be renamed from Grantham Park to Grantham's Jim Bradley Park. So that is the change that has been made at this time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think it's a good idea, and Mr. Bradley taught me grade 8 history there at Scott Lee School. However, I think that we should go through the process. We did a one-off, and just because we did a one-off, I don't want to be in the precedent of keep doing this. I think the whole idea of having public consultation and renaming the park, and to see a staff report, is that name Grantham historical? This whole was Grantham Township. Was there a family of Grantham? Is that where that came from? If we're taking away an historical name from a founding father of that area to name it after Mr. Bradley, I think that's a mistake. So I think we need a staff report to find out what the history is behind that name. And so I'm not in favor of this at this time.
All right, Councillor Williamson.
Mr. Mayor, can you just clarify that we haven't taken the name Grantham out of it?
Well, that's, yeah, the name Grantham hasn't actually come out of it. What was proposed with Grantham's Jim Bradley Park. But Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Grantham actually comes to us from an area in northern England, if I'm not mistaken, so I'm not sure that it's named after anyone particularly around here. I'm in support of this. I'm not voting on it for one specific decision, but I'm looking at the totality of Mr. Jim Bradley's body of work, the totality of what he's accomplished and contributed to our community as a whole. And the speaker mentioned about, having a vote. Well, Mr. Bradley's faced many, many elections, and his electoral record stands above just about any politician in the country in the last 50 or 60 years. He also happened to be my grade 8 history teacher as well. I guess that's why Councillor Stevens and I think so much similarly. He would also open up the gymnasium for us to play ball hockey on the weekends. And for those of us of a certain vintage know what gymnastics apparatus was. It was this framework that would come out. It was a big cage. And when it was put aside, it was put up against the wall. And I don't know, it's a good thing our mothers weren't there because there wasn't too many safety protocols that were followed. On a serious side, Jim has demonstrated the ability to build consensus. He's worked in, as Americans would say, a bipartisan matter. I guess we would for Canadians, we'd say multi-partisan. He's able to reach across the aisle. And he has proven both in opposition as a member of government and as a regional councillor and as a member of city council to be able to successfully navigate tricky and controversial issues and not necessarily leading to compromises. His decisions he's worked at, I know, to serve the public good. He understands, yes, that perfect can be the enemy of good. That's it's an interesting saying. We can't expect perfection, but we look at how constructive and productive he's been through his career and continues to be. And when we contrast him to the some of the elected representatives, we see and compare his degree of integrity to some of the not so high-minded politicians we see, particularly south of the border, and do consider his extraordinary electoral success over the years. So, it's not just this council, it's us reflecting how the community has felt about Jim over the years and in the difference that he's made and the tangible contributions are listed in the motion, the hospital, the MTO. It was his funding that got the Kiwanis Aquatic Center built to begin with. In the most part, his advocacy at the provincial cabinet table. I'm not sure now if I recall which premier it was. And so he's made a difference both at the municipal level, the provincial level, the regional level, and across the country. So I will be supporting this. It's justified, and he's worthy of having his name on something. Probably could have had his name on our hospital, which he got $900,000 in funding for. So I'm proud to support Jim, and I'm proud to call him a friend.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for some clarification, when did this, because I know we have a naming policy, when did that come into being? Because I wasn't.
Through Mr. Mayor, I believe, rough, I believe it was 2016, 2017.
Okay. And when the policy has been used, how long does it take? What is the process? Does it take weeks? Is it months? Is it decades? Is it years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we to the councillor, in years past, it's taken as long as 6 months. We have to go for public consultation at least twice. One to receive names, and then to go back with a final list of names and seek feedback again. We are taking strides to reduce that timeline, but just depending on the workload of staff that's assigned to that file.
Okay. Okay. And do we know how many names or how many things we've named since the policy came into effect?
Through the mayor, I can think of Cushman Park, Cushman Road Park, pardon me. Kushner Park, Joe Kushner Park.
Okay.
But we didn't use the policy for that one. But
Okay.
yeah, at least two, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, just what's the, I guess I read the motion, what's the rationale for skipping the process? I didn't really see that in the motion, so maybe that's to the mover and seconder.
So, I mean, I won't speak for the movers, but I would assume the impetus is that they think this should be the name.
Right.
Right. In a lot of cases, you know, like the policy was developed, you know, in those situations where we're not sure what to call something. You know, we're going through that process. Are we using the naming policy, Mr. Christie, with respect to the stage that shall not be named in Port Dalhousie? We're using the policy, right? So, I mean, that's an example of nobody really knows what to call it, and so we have a policy to go out and see what we should call it. In this case, and I'm assuming I'm correct, that there was a feeling that this was an appropriate honor to bestow, and so that's the reason.
Okay, yeah, I having read the naming policy, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't use it in this case. I have no doubt, I suppose, that it would come out that we should name it after Mr. Bradley, but perhaps, as Mr. Dorcott suggested, there are other names that would be also put forward that would make us consider that. So I just don't really see the purpose in bucking city policy. If people want to get rid of the naming policy, then we should get rid of the naming policy. I think in light of some of the things that have gone on lately, I think some more public consultation would probably be in our benefit in this case. And again, as Mr. Dorcott said, probably specifically with the Indigenous community of Niagara, who we need to mend some fences with. So I'm going to vote against this because I would be happy to see it go through the naming policy. Thanks.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. As far as waiting until Chair Bradley is no longer in politics, it's hard to say when that's going to be, but there's no difference to me. He is what he is right now. His past speaks for himself, and to me, that's why he should be honored with a positive vote tonight. To go way back to when he was a councillor in St. Catharines. He was one of the councillors who strongly advocated for the development of Malcolmson Park rather than turning it into something else, according to former Mayor McMullen. As was mentioned, all of a sudden he magically found money for the Kiwanis Aquatic Center, the Performing Arts Center, the Meridian Center, and different parks. I remember talking to a member of the Liberal Party one time when at AMO, and they said they didn't like it when they saw Jim Bradley coming into the office because they knew it was going to cost them money for St. Catharines, and that happened so many times. His philanthropy, nobody knows the money that he has given out to different organizations quietly in St. Catharines, but I can attest that it is immense. And lastly, prior to him getting elected to the region, I think you would agree, Mr. Mayor, that things weren't running smoothly at the region. There was a lot of controversy going on. And since he has been elected to the region and is chair of the region, the regional councillors are doing what they are supposed to do, and that is run the region. And with his guidance as chair, and the region now is run, in my mind, personally, is running much better than it did prior to when he was elected. So I'm strongly in favor of naming this Grantham's Jim Bradley Park right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After the two speakers, it's hard to add anything. They've been very comprehensive, but what I found interesting is I have a press clipping here, and it was dated Friday, June the 9th, 2017. And I thought it was a great article, and the headline is Jim is Dean of the Legislature. That's what the Premier of the Province of Ontario said about him. And during the celebration, he had people from all three parties so he could navigate differences between parties and get the government to come to a consensus. And at that time, there's a counselor, a local counselor, who made a comment that I like very much, and I'll quote the comment. When they were asked why he continues to get re-elected, and the comment was, absolutely nobody knows the community better than Jim Bradley. And furthermore, he certainly exemplifies the characteristics required to be successful, specifically the ability to articulate the views of his constituents, and he has done that very successfully. Look what he has done for the city of St. Catharines. Look at the respect he gets out of St. Catharines. Look at the respect he gets at the region, and not last, the respect that he has in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank,
I agree with that.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. There's not too much more I can add, but I'll say I'm in support of this. And as a councillor who's a little bit younger, I have to say I'm quite fortunate to be serving on this council with Canada's longest serving councillor, Councillor Joe Kushner, but also having gotten to know Chair Bradley over the last years as his role up at the region, and he would, I guess, be the longest serving politician maybe in Canada, serving 55 years. So quite an impressive, an impressive amount of years given to his contributions. And one thing I do notice that when I do attend conferences, AMO or FCM, just the level of respect that his colleagues from not just the Liberal caucus, of which he was once a member of, but whether they're Conservative, NDP, it's quite impressive to see the level of respect that Chair Bradley does receive. So happily, we'll be supporting this. And I know my colleague, Councillor Williamson, did say, I think it was buildings or hospitals they could name after him, but I would one-up you and say probably the Sky Dome could be named after him for the money that he was able to finesse that way to help build the Toronto Blue Jays a stadium. So I'll leave it at that, but looking forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like the speakers prior to myself, there's not really too much I can add to that, but I think that I would like to add the reason that we chose to make the park, first we just said name it Jim Bradley Park, and then thinking about it, and a couple of residents did say, why don't we, keep the Grantham name in there as well? And I thought that was a good idea, and I actually spoke to Jim, and he said that he would be very happy to have that in there. And the reason that Grantham Avenue Park was chosen is because it's kind of close to his house. I guess I shouldn't really say that publicly. But anyway, it's a park that he, was there, he uses and, through his lifetime and stuff like that. He was a representative for Grantham Ward when his house was still part of Grantham. And I think that it means a lot to him, and he was a teacher at Grantham High School, so I'm a student, and he was also a teacher with many people that live at Scott Lee, right? Sorry, I get the schools mixed up a little bit there. But anyway, I think that just so you understand why that park was chosen, and because it's still part of Grantham, we wanted to keep it there for him. And I think he's very deserving of this. He's very humble. I'm sure that before we asked or brought this forward, it was never a thought that he would have something like this named after him. And maybe this isn't enough, but I think for the people that we represent in Grantham, this is a token of, the heartfelt people there feel about Jim and the hard work and the time he has given to the city of St. Catharines and still gives to the city of St. Catharines. And I think people would like him to know that now.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will just add a sort of a closing thought. I'm in support of this, and I appreciate the ward councillors for bringing this forward. I will simply say, I don't think there's a single person in the community who has had as much of a positive impact on the community and the people who live in it than Jim Bradley. And I am quite happy to support this. I think that the political reasons that some may have to say no to this, I disagree with them. I think we can disagree in politics and still recognize when people have had a major impact on their community. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Stevens?
No to the process.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes to the name.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
Item number 11, call for notice of motions. Are there, sorry, before we get to that, can I get a motion to extend for 45 minutes? Councillor Lindell, and seconded by Councillor Kushner. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have an in-camera agenda. It's going to take longer than half an hour to get through. No, calls for notice of motion. Councillor McPherson has provided a notice of motion regarding her elect respect motion for July 14th. Are there any other calls for notice of motion? Seeing none. Any report requests? Seeing none. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive and file the committee and task force minutes? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Harris, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now I will look to the clerk to tell us all why we're going in camera.
Economic Development and Tourism Services, property matter, acquisition, Moffett Street, secondary access, 65 Oakdale Avenue, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Legal and Clerk Services, Sonics update, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 239-2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. And F, advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that purpose. And a request from Councillor Harris, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing regarding 1537 Fifth Avenue Louth, closed to item 239-2E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. And F, advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that purpose.
Can I have a mover and a seconder to go in camera? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? And away we go. All righty. Motions arising from closed session. 15.1, property matter acquisition, Moffett Street, secondary access, 65 Oakdale Avenue. Moving it is Councillor Dodge, seconding it is Councillor Phillips. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens? Yes. Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Yes. Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson? Yes. Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
15.2, legal and clerk services, Sonic status update. Moving, I have Councillor Lindell. Second, no, wait a minute, that's not right. Huh, I see what I did there. So this should be Councillor Dodge and Councillor Phillips. The last one was by Lindell and Miller.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'll look to the clerk.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson? Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner? Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
And 15.3 is Ontario Line Tribunal hearing regarding 1537 Fifth Avenue Louth, moved by Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Harris.
Mr. Mayor, is it the exact wording that I mentioned in there?
As
Stated by me?
as directed, yes.
Okay,
in camera.
thank you.
Councillor Kushner? Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson? Yes. Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, bylaws listed on the council agenda as 8I be read a first time, considered and passed, and signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Additional bylaw A be read a first time, considered and passed, mover and seconder. Councillor Williamson, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Adjournment, that there being no further items of business, this meeting be adjourned. Councillor Stevens, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? Good night.